20th of 2021. My partner and I were driving in the ambulance, and it was 12 o'clock at night, and we were coming to Indian Head, and we were just chit-chatting. And the way that we sit in the ambulance, we sit higher than the dashboard. So the way that the windshield is, it was kind of flat. And just, we both saw it wasn't out of the corner of our eye. The way the headlights were aiming was down a little, but we saw something black, all black, head to toe, run across the road in 3 steps. We couldn't see shoes, no socks, just all black. And the way it ran looked what I describe as like when you're gonna do the triple jump and you do that real high step, that's what it looked like. But in 3 steps, it was across the road. Instantly, my hair on the back of my neck stood up. I didn't see anything off to my right going up a very steep embankment. And I didn't want to say anything to my partner at first, but I finally said, "Did you just see that?" And he said, "Yes." I wasn't going to say anything either. And we just started talking about it. I immediately called my husband and said, "We just saw something cross the road." And I'm not saying it was Bigfoot, but it was Bigfoot.
What is it about a mystery that attracts us to it? Like a moth to a flame, we can't seem to stop our desire to know the answers. And in our never-ending quest for the truth, sometimes what we find contradicts what we think of as possible. But what happens when unexplained phenomena congregate into a singular geographic region? What happens when mysteries multiply? The Chestnut Ridge is one such location where all the things that go bump in the night collide. But many casual observers are blissfully unaware. They are drawn to the rolling forests of the Chestnut and Laurel Ridges, the running rivers and scenic parks of the Laurel Highlands, the mountain views, ski resorts, and sites of historical significance, and over 500,000 people call the area home and go a lifetime without having an encounter with the unexplained, at least that they're willing to talk about.
The Chestnut Ridge is the furthest western ridge of the Allegheny Mountains, or Appalachian Mountains, and it's a glacial ridge that runs from Indiana County into Preston County, West Virginia. It's about 80 miles long, maybe 10 miles wide, made up of limestone, quartz, coal. There's a lot of former coal mining communities that are all scattered throughout the ridge.
At one time, this area was very wild, and I don't think a lot of people understand how wild this was. In 1920, the chestnut tree reigned supreme. This was a tree that grew to 100 foot tall, 10 feet around, and it was where the Chestnut Ridge got its name from. In 1920, there was a fungus that was imported from the east and that decimated the entire population. Not only decimated, but it made the chestnut tree now extinct. But before that time, before the time whenever the chestnut tree had vanished, this area was home to the woodland bison. up into the late 1700s, which was larger than the plains bison of today. This was a place of elk and deer and wolves and mountain lion. It was a very wild place. And as the men encroached, we're looking at probably, in some areas, third growth forest in some places. And without the chestnut tree being there, we are seeing only a shadow of what this area used to be.
Very steep ravines and things like that, a lot of rock outcroppings. There are a lot of caves. Actually, the Chestnut Ridge is very full of caves. Actually, it's something I used to do as a hobby. We used to be cavers, and you get up into the dairy area where there's been a ton of sightings. That there's hundreds of caves up in that area, and it's all the limestone. That's probably one of the biggest things that the Chestnut Ridge is the limestone outcroppings, and the deep river valleys like the Youghiogheny River or the Conemaugh River cut through the ridges, and they create these huge valleys. But everything's heavily wooded, very, very rural back roads with little patch coal towns from back in the 1800s is what most of it is.
I guess the phenomenon really didn't start to be reported until Stan started investigating it in the 1960s and the 1970s.
Stan Gordon is an investigator whose work has concentrated on the Chestnut Ridge for decades, and his research, conducted with objectivity and an eye for detail, has raised more questions than answers.
My name's Stan Gordon. I'm from Greensburg, Pennsylvania, and I started this in 1959 when I was 10 years old. I was a curious kid interested in science and electronics, and it was during Halloween that I happened to be listening to a radio show, and they were talking about strange occurrences from flying saucers, strange creatures, haunted houses, and I was a curious kid and I wanted to know if these people were making these stories up or telling the truth. And that's how I got involved. I began cutting articles out of the newspaper, made scrapbooks, and I was 16 years old when the incident happened near Kecksburg, Pennsylvania. And after that happened, I began to go out into the field to investigate these incidents. And there was a small group in Pittsburgh called the UFO Research Institute. And it was a small group of some scientists and engineers, and that was a group Stanton Friedman started with. But I was the youngster of the group, but I already had a lot of experience interviewing people, so I became their telephone sighting coordinator. So when they would get a report, I'd do the initial interview and determine if the case warranted further investigation. So I stayed with them till they shut down their operation, and in 1969 I decided to set up a hotline for the public to report UFO sightings. And it became apparent very quickly this was a lot more than I could handle on my own. So I decided I was going to try to set up a volunteer research group to investigate the reports. So in 1970, I founded the first group that was a Westmoreland County UFO study group. We started in my hometown of Greensburg, we moved into the Pittsburgh area, and by 1973, we were covering the whole state of Pennsylvania. And the group was kind of unique in that the majority of people involved were specialists. We had scientists, we had engineers, we had technicians and police officers, former military people, all kinds of specialists that volunteered around our full-time jobs to investigate these reports.
However, Stan Gordon and his Westmoreland County UFO study group were not alone in their investigative endeavors. Soon to arrive on the scene were figures like Dr. Paul Johnson and Sam Sherry.
Sam Sherry, probably one of them. Bob France is a name a lot of people don't know, but he was kind of a low-key researcher, lived out on the ridge. I think he still lives in a camper on the ridge, actually. Very interesting man, great stories, found some immense footprints, but he has stories for days about Bigfoot. Really nice guy, older guy. I hope he's still around. I haven't heard anything from him a year or two. Him and Sam probably ran concurrently at the same time. Dr. Paul Johnson is another one who investigated not just the UFO flap that happened, but also the Bigfoot sightings throughout all up and down the Chestnut Ridge.
Dr. Paul Johnson, he was a former chemist at Duquesne. He retired now. He's like one of our mentors for our organizations. He helps us out. He started to research after he took over Stan's old group, the Pennsylvania Center for UFO Research. He started out researching UFOs, and then he started researching the Bigfoot phenomena through his group. He wondered, he's like, how could a Bigfoot be here? And he later came up with the quantum theory that this creature exists when it's being seen But where does it go when it's not being seen? He does not believe that this is a real flesh and blood creature, say like a bear out in the woods. Some other people call it like the paranormal theory, interdimensional.
Stan Gordon, of course, none of this really would have gotten as much attention without Stan Gordon. And you know, you could add Eric Altman to that list now too, somebody who's been really stomping the ridge for 20 years or more now. That's kind of keeping the traditions alive and investigating the research around here.
Founded in 1998 by Steve Anderson and Harry Benton, the Pennsylvania Bigfoot Society was created to collect and investigate reports all over the state.
Eric Altman took over in the early 2000s and built a group pretty much from just a handful of believers into a pretty large network of investigators, having over 100 members at one point in time. That just didn't investigate Pennsylvania. Some of them were spread out across the country, and they would feed information back to the group. It still is in existence to this day in a different form. I'm a member of the organization still, but for the longest time it was the preeminent research group in the state. It funneled in an awful lot of research material, a lot of sightings, a lot of expeditions. It was quite the organization.
The general public does not know the amount of time, effort, money spent on researching these strange phenomena, and most of the time you get grief, you get laughed at by friends and coworkers, by family. We're all trying to do the same thing, folks. We're just trying to look at a mystery, seeing what's there, seeing what's fake, seeing what's real, because we're all passionate about it. All the researchers up here, the researchers we deal with, they are very passionate about what they do. And I just wish like the general public maybe would, be a little more kind to them occasionally.
Whenever I do conferences, invariably somebody comes up to my table and they say, "You don't believe in this crap, do you?" And then I say, "Well, I like to keep an open mind." And then he'll laugh, walk around, and a few minutes later he'll come back to me and he'll say, "I have something to tell you." These are big guys, these are hunters and these are outdoorsmen. And they tell me a story that brings tears to their eyes. It has affected them systemically, emotionally, physically, and in many cases spiritually as well too. And they're usually nothing involving aggression. It's just a human being coming upon something that shouldn't be there.
The Bigfoot that are seen here, you get the standard 7 to 8 feet tall. I don't want to say massive, because you don't get a report a lot of times of them being overly massively built like you get out in the Pacific Northwest, but larger than a man.
Massive shoulders, barrel-breasted chest, real thin hips or waist. Colors range from black, reddish brown, dark brown. There's been a couple of reports where it looks like it's completely black from head to toe. There's been some reports of it having like a salt and pepper type of color to it, like a graying, if you will.
Their arms are always down to their knees. Obviously big feet, that's why they call them Bigfoot. Extremely fast, extremely agile. Sometimes they smell like sulfur, rotten meat.
Some have been described as really thin, like almost like malnourished or lanky. Like there's no muscle mass, it's just like a wiry type of creature that's been seen.
But there are deviations from that too. There are people that say it's more man than animal. I think that's just projection. Most of the reports that we get have been of that ape-like creature within that 7 to 8 foot tall, and the sightings usually aren't anything significant more than just that, a sighting.
So sometimes these incidents, it's just a matter of seconds. People see these creatures walking across the road, going down near an embankment, going through a field, and they just seem to be meandering around, looking around.
People talk about, taking their quad around a corner and there's a Bigfoot crossing the path, and they don't know what to make of it. They start tearing up because it's so out of the ordinary.
In some cases, the creatures seem to have an interest in human activity.
We've had a couple where the animal's seen a more aggressive approaching houses, or more of a curious nature looking in windows, or spying on girls having a sleepover. That happened in 2010, I believe it was.
A lot of these houses are right butt up against the ridge, so these creatures will come near the house. There's been reports of them banging on the doors, banging on the houses, ripping electrical boxes up.
They seem to watch people, but generally, as soon as they're seen, they generally take off.
Most part, they don't want to be seen, so if they're seen, they may get shot at, they may get killed, so they're not really going to make their presence known. They look through windows. They're very curious. That's the one characteristic about them. They're shy, but they're also very curious. When they feel they can, they will get close.
While Pennsylvania may seem a far cry from the idyllic Sasquatch habitat of the Pacific Northwest, there is historical precedent for the existence of the hairy hominid in the Keystone State.
There was one reference I actually noticed from 1895, and it talked about the wild man of the woods up near Bolivar. So that's right on the border of Westmoreland, Indiana County, on top of the ridge, where some type of creature was frightening the people that lived up there.
In the newspapers and media up here, they really do put that in the newspapers, whereas in other parts of Pennsylvania, they really don't put it in that much. But there's always been articles here about, I mean, we have reams binders of Chestnut Ridge articles.
But I found newspaper articles dating back to the 1800s where people talk about having encounters with wild men or wild beasts of the forests.
You know, there have been reports in more recent years and past years of all through that area of the ridge of people seeing something that they've referred to as a Bigfoot. So these things have been going on for a long time. And again, while we hear a lot of reports from Western Pennsylvania, there have been reports received from all over the state as well.
With decades of witness testimony, researchers have begun to piece together the jigsaw puzzle of Sasquatch behavior. Through this analysis, we can begin to try to understand what certain behaviors might mean and how they can help us find them.
What makes the Chestnut Ridge so great is it is a bit of a highway, isn't it? You can travel through 2 states without ever leaving the ridge. And I think that is something to be said. It's a great thoroughfare for animals that want to stay hidden from people, because nobody lives at the very top of the Chestnut Ridge, and it's a great way to get around. And if you think about how each season would have its particular produce, right? In the fall, you would have acorns galore. You would constantly have a supply of animals up there as well too, small game and large game both. There's plenty of water up there as well too, potable drinking water up there for humans as well. So it's a great way to use that as an access to and from.
It seems to me that the winter months are the most calm. You very seldom get any reports. If you do get some, it's very sparse. Summer, it's usually active, but it seems to be the fall that's the most active.
Some years we seem to get more things from mid to late spring all the way through November, and then the winter months are dead. Where other months in 2009 and 10, we had a dozen sightings that took place from November through February. And that makes no sense, because normally the norm is wintertime, nothing's going on.
I guess if we're talking about a flesh and blood creature that's covered in hair, you know, maybe it's cooler in the fall. They probably are more comfortable in the fall. Maybe they conserve more of their energy in the summer because it's hot and, you know, it's more laborsome for them to move around. I would imagine, you know, if I was out in heavy clothing and, you know, in the middle of July, it would probably be pretty uncomfortable. So I'm thinking that they probably just move more freely and are more comfortable in the fall months when it's cooler.
Well, of course, you always get more sightings during the nicer times of the year, during the spring and summer. That's typical. But I receive reports in all kinds of weather, whether it's the wintertime, during a snowstorm, and with UFOs as well, not just Bigfoot. We've had them on rainy days, we've had them during storms. Reports come in all year round. And again, it varies year by year. Some years you get more reports than others.
What I think happens, though, is that occasionally during these migratory periods, there are moments whenever they will stay for a bit longer, whether the food is good or whether the weather gets very bad. And then they needed to go outside of their comfort zone. And that's why they were coming more and more into towns and people were seeing them more often, is because in order to survive, they had to leave the ridge just to find food.
I know I've heard the reports from other researchers on migratory possible patterns. I've not seen this around here. It seems as though whatever we're dealing with, these things appear in all type of weather. They can show up whenever they want to, wherever they want to. And here's what's also very interesting. You know, over the years we talk about, well, a lot of these sightings occur in wooded, forested areas. And a lot of them do. But over the years, and in more recent years, we're getting more reports near larger cities and more populated areas where there's not a lot of woods around. So where are these things coming from? Where are they going?
I think a lot of the seasonal is also based on how many people are out there. In the fall, you've got hunters. You have 900,000 registered hunters in Pennsylvania, right? There's more people out in the fall, more people out in the summer, hiking, doing things. Less people out, you know, people start to come back out in the spring. So that could be it. It may not be just a migrational, but...
I don't think they're migratory. I think they have a home range up here on the ridge, and they move back and forth like a bear's territory. I think they have a home range that they stay in, and they move back and forth based on food, based on water, and of course based on people being out. People out hiking, hunting, camping, whatever, that's going to push them either away or draw them in. And I think that's a big factor in what goes on up here.
So very near the Chestnut Ridge, we have the Conemaugh River. And that is, you know, it's a winding old river. But people see Bigfoot along that way all the way. So when we talk about the ridge being a natural highway, I think we can also say that waterways are natural highways as well too. Not that these creatures become semi-aquatic or anything, but I think that it's a way for them to get to place. It's almost, you know, like it's like a paved road. It leads to someplace. It's a trail marker. It allows them to get to someplace without having to cross a road. So I think that animals will use this river systems. There's food around the rivers, drinking water around the rivers as well. But it's just a great way to get from place to place without encountering anybody.
They always say that the creatures follow the waterways because, again, an animal needs water. And it would make sense that they would follow waterways. We see them, you know, in some of the places that we research. They go by the lakes too. So lakes, creeks, definitely.
There's Sam Sherry's famous story at the Loyalhanna Creek at the spillway, where he's sitting, you know, in his car, and this Bigfoot walks up to his car, and like gets face to face, and I guess vocalizes, and like it gets the spittle on his face. Now Sam was a very interesting character, a legend in Bigfoot research, because he was one of the first people out there doing research on the ridge, sometimes by himself. He was a World War II veteran, he was wounded, but he had some incredible stories, right? Does this fit into the incredible story? I don't know. The creature looked more man-like than ape. He said it was, you know, sparsely covered in hair, it had a mohawk, and it waved to him as he was leaving. So take that what it is, you know. At that point, Sam told that story. He was a lot older too, so.
We get our share, yeah, creeks, ponds. Not far from here, Lake Donegal has had a number of sightings over the years around the lake itself. There's a lot of creeks and streams. Footprints have been found not far from here. I've investigated that case in 2020. Somebody found 10-inch footprints along the creek bed that went on for almost a mile and a half, and barefooted. Yeah, you can definitely see toes, and I've had Meldrum look at the video. He thought they might be human, but where they were walking doesn't make sense for a human to be walking. There's just too much rocks, leaf matter, sticks, unsafe ground, and many times they seem to walk right into the creek and not come out on the other side. So why somebody would be doing that, I don't know. You can't rule out a person, but it just doesn't make sense.
Some of the areas where some of these things have been reported has a history of Native American activity. So there have been petroglyphs in the area, there have been alleged mounds or burial grounds in some areas over the years. So that's something that has come up in some of the cases that I've looked into over the years. Is it common in many of the reports? It is not. With cemeteries, yes, there have been sightings by UFOs and Bigfoot in cemeteries. This was an interesting case. So this would have been, I believe it was September of '73. During the big wave, there was a mother and a baby that went down to a cemetery to put some flowers on a grave that day. And the mother's watching the baby walking around, and she's hearing some baby sounds, like baby cry sounds. She thought they'd come from over the hill, and she's walking around, as I recall, and she looks up, and there's the edge of the woods close by, and here's this very large, hairy Bigfoot creature watching the child moving around, and the baby, I think, is making some baby crying sounds itself. And maybe it was attracted to the sound the baby was making. And it starts to slowly walk in that direction. The mother sees the creature, runs over, grabs the child, gets in the car, and goes to a relative's farm about 5 miles away. Here's what's really fascinating. Within the hour at the farm, the same or another Bigfoot shows up, which the animals are frightened. They took a shot at it. They called the state police. The witness and the child were so scared the state police escorted her home. My team was out there that night interviewing the people. We were at the cemetery, we were out at the farm. And that was not the only case I had where a Bigfoot seemed to have the capability to follow a person over.
Bigfoot sometimes have been linked to being around cemeteries. At night, they know that there's nobody there. I mean, let's face it, other than maybe some occasional ghost hunters, right? But
So as an investigator of Bigfoot and dogman sightings, many of the places where I investigated have a cemetery quite near there. One particular place where I like to do my investigations has a cemetery that has been there for about 200 years. It's a quite ancient cemetery by American standards. But yeah, cemeteries and Bigfoot and hauntings and UFOs and dogmen, there always does seem to be.
There are a few. Again, the cemetery near Livermore that I was telling you about, there was a Bigfoot sighting there towards the evening. You know, I think throughout the ridge, you'll get lots of stories of seeing Bigfoots at the edges of cemeteries. Not why, I have no idea. Does it add to a great story? I don't know. Where do you find a cemetery? Oftentimes near the woods, right? So it makes sense. I don't think they're there doing anything strange, but just happen to be passing by.
Yeah, there's been a lot of sightings around cemeteries around here, and again, we don't know if there's a correlation or not, but that seems to be a prevalent thing. And it's usually people that are visiting loved ones in the cemetery, like an individual goes out, put flowers on the ground or whatever, and then has the sighting of a creature watching them from the tree line, or seeing one in the actual cemetery walking through. That's happened quite a bit around this area.
I've had multiple friends at work, you know, talk about different situations. It seems like, you know, anybody that spends any time in the woods around here has an experience, at least one that they talk about. People that, you know, you never would have thought, and you know, you mentioned it, now that I do the investigating and they know that I do that, some people come forward and be like, oh yeah, I have something that happened to me that I never told anybody about. I had a friend who was out parking with a girl and had 2 red eyes that he caught staring at him from in the trees that just disappeared, you know. I had a friend that was a hunter that he's very much a skeptic, but he says that he was in an area, and it's all on Chestnut Ridge, just different parts of it. He had a real guttural scream on a super cold day that there was no other sound. You know, it was one of those dead quiet in the woods he was hunting, and this guttural scream, and he goes, I have no idea. I've never heard anything like that in all my years hunting. And just a lot of people telling stories like that.
there was one gentleman that we talked to. This was an interesting one. Luxor, out in town of Luxor. He was with his girlfriend to be wife. They were in the woods, and I'm not going to elaborate. You can kind of guess, you know. So they get up, they start to walk. All of a sudden, they run straight. This creature was walking. It must have been turned. It walked almost right into them. Almost right into them. And it stopped. The eyewitnesses stopped. And of course, they're both terrified. And the interesting thing about this, the Bigfoot kind of stopped. And they said he was close enough that he saw the blood go into his eyes and the eyes turn red. That's how close he was to it. He said this thing screamed, and he said this scream was like a sonic pulse. It hit him in the chest. It was so loud. The creature went one way, and the gentleman and his wife went the other way. And the interesting thing about the eyes red, we had in 73 in Beaver County, there was this sighting that we took from a gentleman. He was a child then, and they were in a trailer. So he was playing, and he sees movement out of the side of his eye, and he looks at the window, and he said, this creature, he saw it from the side. He says the creature turned and it looked at him. He says, then the eyes went red. He said, Brian, those eyes weren't red until this creature saw me. Then they glowed red. Is that red eye shine kind of like a defense mechanism? Hey, you know, boom, I'm going to do this to try to scare you, because certain animals, they'll do certain things to try to scare you, to show. And it kind of grinned it, like growled, and then it walked away. And he was scared. He went to his dad, and later on, I think the next day, the police came down and they found some really huge prints close to that.
Aggressive encounters with Bigfoot can be looked at in a couple of ways, I think. I think that when we talk about a territoriality, especially if this is a great ape of some kind, that we could talk about things such as bluff charges. You know, I've had a stick thrown at me before. I was out on a family outing one time, not even considering Bigfoot, and we had a rock thrown at us from the woods. So I think that a lot of times that we consider aggression is more territorial, is trying to get you out of the woods. But I've never encountered anybody that has been attacked by a Bigfoot.
I would say watcher and wants to just be left alone. I mean, to me, I don't see or hear of too many sightings of where it got physical. You know, maybe a bluff growl or something to scare you away, but, you know, and I think that happened up towards Jamonsville several years back, to where there was a couple walking and they saw something, and it just, you know, like a bluff charged, and pretty much scared them enough that,
you know, over the years, I've investigated hundreds of Bigfoot sightings in this area in Pennsylvania. And I talked to many, many people, many hunters who have come across, have seen these creatures. Most of these people had never believed it until they had their own encounter, because most of these people used to laugh at these stories. And for many of these people, it was a life-changing experience. But I've had a lot of people tell me, and hunters tell me over the years, that for what they saw, and as close as they were in some cases, these creatures, these things easily could have outran them. They could easily have hurt them if they wanted to, but that didn't seem to be the case. Again, in some cases, yes, they'd thrown very large rocks towards them or big branches, but generally when they were seen, they turned and ran. And even though I don't recommend people shooting at them, during that 73 outbreak, and over the years since, but during 73, there were a number of people that fired upon these things with various type of weapons. Some of them were pretty high-powered weapons. But you've had many people who fired these things, but there was no reaction from the creatures. They didn't seem to be harmed in any way. Or they fell down and got up and walked away. And as different people told me, they said these things wanted to hurt them. I mean, they easily could have done it at that time, and they didn't.
My name is Connie Brinker. I've lived in this area all my life. I've worked specifically in the Chestnut Ridge area for the last 8 years on midnight shift. My brother is Eric, and growing up, he was always into Bigfoot. We would always go outside and look for UFOs. When we heard about the sightings back in the 70s and 80s, we would always see Stan Gordon at different places growing up, and you know, Eric always looked up to him. And I was never so much into the Bigfoot or the UFOs. I thought it was neat, but I was all into the ghosts and spiritual things. But after my sighting, I had no turning back. May 20th of 2021, my partner and I were driving in the ambulance, and it was 12 o'clock at night, and we were coming to Indian Head, and we were just chit-chatting. And the way that we sit in the ambulance, we sit higher than the dashboard. So the way that the windshield is, it was kind of flat. And just, we both saw it wasn't out of the corner of our eye. The way the headlights were aiming was down a little, but we saw something black, all black, head to toe, run across the road in 3 steps. We couldn't see shoes, no socks, just all black. And the way it ran looked what I describe as like when you're gonna do the triple jump and you do that real high step, that's what it looked like. But in 3 steps, it was across the road. Instantly, my hair on the back of my neck stood up. I didn't see anything off to my right going up a very steep embankment. And I didn't want to say anything to my partner at first, but I finally said, "Did you just see that?" And he said, "Yes." I wasn't going to say anything either. And we just started talking about it. I immediately called my husband and said, "We just saw something cross the road." And I'm not saying it was Bigfoot, but it was Bigfoot. Because I'm shorter, I could not see how tall it was, but my partner said it was over our ambulance, so 7 to 8 feet tall. Just very odd.
The sighting happened on this side of the road, so it came across here to their yard and went right up over the hill here.
What did this thing look like again?
According to the witnesses, it was large, about their guess being about 7 or 8 feet, black. They couldn't really tell, as far as if it had fur or what, but they said that it crossed this road in about 3 steps. Mm-hmm. And this road measures at about 24 feet across.
The way it ran, I've never, like you see the Patterson-Gimlin film, and you've seen other videos, this was not how this thing ran, but it was almost like it was trying to get out of our headlights very quickly. I messaged Eric, my brother, and he said I can meet you in the morning. So when I was done with work in the morning, I went home and changed. We went immediately back up. We found where the grass was matted down, exactly where the thing went up the hill. And they were shaped like footprints. We couldn't see any outline, like discernible in mud footprints, but the grass was pushed down. While we were watching, or looking for that area and trying to investigate, we heard a very loud, long howl on the little ridge across the street. And Eric said, "Okay, I have no doubt." So to this day, I still get those chills. I've never had anything like that. I've always wanted to believe. I've heard sounds, you hear the stories. But once I saw that, I have no doubt at all what I saw. And
John, were you aware of this case? Or?
No, this was new to me. I just found out about it when we were coming up.
Right.
But I just took it across the road, and it took me probably 20 steps to get across the road. Mm-hmm. Watch yourself. Wow.
The river is over this direction, right?
When you say river,
there's a big body of water over here, correct?
That I am not sure of. Okay. There may be a creek or something over there.
Okay. I just feel like I can see the field there, and I feel like right over on the other side of the field, there's like a fairly large body of water, but I wouldn't know unless I was looking at it.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure of that.
I've never had anything like that. I've always wanted to believe. I've heard sounds, you hear the stories. But once I saw that, I have no doubt at all what I saw. And it took me a long time to build up the courage to, tell other people. But at this point, it needs to be known that it's out there. Like I said, I was a skeptic. I could kind of say, well, that sound maybe was a coyote or, something else, but not now. One other experience that happened with all of that is in the center console of the ambulance, it's all lit up green because that's where all our switches are for the emergency lights and the siren. And right after that happened, all of the green light went out. That has never happened since. But all the lights it got completely dark in our ambulance, like there was an electrical disturbance, and then it came back on. Very pungent, almost dead animal and rotting flesh mix. like the dead animal, I want to say, when I smell like a dead deer, you can tell it's a dead deer, but I've been on calls with people and it's different. It's just dead. But when we came back through to check out where everything had happened, no smell, it was gone. After Eric came up to investigate, he went back a few days later and put signs up in some of the local markets. And he called me and said they had talked to the one market owner, and that the owner said that someone else came in a few days before my sighting and said they had also seen something cross the road in the same area. But I didn't know that at the time of my sighting.
There are so many different aspects of this phenomena that I've been looking into for years and years that most people don't know about. One of the things is the electromagnetic effects. You know, for years and years with UFO cases, especially in the 50s and the 60s, we'd hear reports of these large, solid physical objects, big discs that would hover over people's cars, follow them. But sometimes when they were close to the vehicle, the car would begin to lose power, or the headlights would begin to fade, and when the vehicles would move off, the power would come back on. Well, we've had some incidents where the same thing happened with a Bigfoot when it was near a vehicle. For example, a Bigfoot walking out in front of a car, and as the creature's moving close by, the car begins to lose power, it moves away, the power comes back to normal. I had one case years ago of these people riding down the road, come around the bend, and this huge Bigfoot creature just suddenly appears out of nowhere. They should have been able to see it where they were. It just suddenly appears, has very long arms and legs. They had to swerve around it not to hit it. And as they were right near it, the car lost power. And the other person is yelling, get out of here, get out of here. And as the driver's gassing the car, it seems as more this person pushed down the gas pedal, the slower the car would go. And now they finally slowly got away from it. As they got further away from it, the power came back on normal. But also, another interesting thing that's going on. This actually goes back years ago with witnesses that had both a film camera as well as digital cameras. And at times they would attempt to take a picture of a UFO and the camera would malfunction. But the same thing has been going on over the years from people who try to take pictures with a Bigfoot and sometimes other cryptids. And it gets even stranger than that, because I've had people in recent years tell me that, for example, they saw some evidence that the creature had been there. So there might be a footprint, for example, and people have gone over to try to take a picture of the physical evidence and the camera would malfunction. It had worked fine previously. Right before that, when they tried to take a picture, it would not work. They would go home and the camera worked fine.
We've got Ricky Turby, Ron Murphy, Tom, which you've already met, Tawny, and her husband's. Hi. Hope you're going to meet
He
Seth,
is
Heather,
just out of his meeting, so he might have to meet us up there. I work out of the station, and I come out here at night once in a while just to walk around because we're very slow. And like, I work on the ambulance, I'm a paramedic, and I've heard noises coming from that ridge. Like, it almost sounds like an owl, but it's very long, like a, I can't whistle, but, and it's loud. We hear owls and they call back and forth to each other all the time, but wasn't an owl. I told him about it, and I said, we actually go wheeling up in that area, we should go check it out. So I took them up there one night, and out of my peripheral vision, my husband was driving, I saw something black cross the road. And this was different than my other sighting. It could have been a bear, a deer, I don't know. So we stopped to check it out, and he gets out his thermal camera and clearly looks like a deer on the thermal imaging down in the woods.
So much stuff happened in such a short period of time. We weren't expecting it. I mean, when we got out and she'd stopped the Jeep, her husband stopped the Jeep, and he came back and said, you know, we just saw something cross, and Connie saw something cross in front of the Jeep. We got out, I got my thermal out, we went down to where she thought it crossed. I was looking at something big and stationary that looked low to the ground, and I couldn't make out from my angle what it was. They assumed it was a deer.
But as we're checking this thing out, my husband sees balls of light in the trees, and then we hear a wood knock not 50 feet behind us.
Literally
Across
crossed
the
the road from us.
right behind Tom, and he didn't even hear it.
We
So-
thought it was Tom doing it because it was that close, but Tom was actually in my cab of my truck looking for a flashlight. So we turned to look, we could see him, and there was nobody else across the road.
Then we heard a whistle, and we heard something walking through the trees. Didn't see anything on thermal. Turned back around to look back down where we saw this. I thought it was a deer. It was gone. I don't know. So as we went up the road further, my husband and I heard a loud moan with all of our windows up. So again, we started slowing down, looking around, and something hit the side of my Jeep. Sounded like wet wood. It wasn't a rock. It did not leave a mark. And there was the mud still on my Jeep. Nothing disturbed the mud. So I don't know what it was.
When was this?
What, 3 weeks
3 weeks
ago?
ago.
This is that recent. Okay.
Yes.
That's
So-
why we're going there tonight.
We stopped again, and down because I saw a flash down in the woods to my right, and there was a path that went down in, like a very wide clearing, and this flash then dimmed down to the size of what it looked like a lightning bug, and it just stayed there. It didn't move, and we're watching this thing. And all of a sudden we heard footsteps coming up that path right to my Jeep. And I said, nope, we're out. There was nothing there. It was bright out. We couldn't see anything. So I don't know. The place is creepy. I don't know.
We're going to go up towards the Laurel Ridge, which is a little bit further east of the Chestnut Ridge. Not much, but we're going to come down Jim Mountain Road into this area, and we're going to stop and check this area. We came out a week later, and there was such a crazy vibe up there that I can't explain it. It just felt like we shouldn't be there, and everybody got creeped
Something
out.
was watching us.
Yeah, we were. I don't get spooked easily.
Yeah.
But it was just like, okay, we need to go.
Yeah.
We'll take one group down to the lower parking area where the cemetery is, and one group up on the upper part, just up the hill from where. Set up here with some parabolic mics and thermal, and send the other team down with another thermal, a monocular, and did you bring your night vision?
I have mine.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got night vision.
All right. I got mine with me too, so. Thank you. So I have a Zoom H2N recorder attached to a tripod with a parabolic mic.
Where'd you come up with this setup?
I just put it together myself.
Really?
Yeah, this comes off. You can actually take this and carry it around. It's mobile.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's mobile. But I also have at home a parabolic mic that's used in professional football games on the sidelines to capture players' sounds and stuff. But that's too cumbersome to take out.
Sure. Can the other team hear that?
Negative.
They can't. I think where we're positioned at down here, I don't think it's going to be very conducive for that because all this, we're in like a little kettle.
Yeah. You might actually be better off on the other side of the road because you're going to be more on the...
That's a good echo. Did you?
It has to be.
It has to be.
Eric.
Did they just knock?
Got one. I thought we had the clearest wood knocks ever captured. So what are we doing right now?
I think we're going to go. He thought, Josh thought he heard something coming up from this area. So I thought if we would go around the bend right here, it kind of have it bookended, So we'll go up to this area. The other team is down at the graveyard. So if there's going to be anything that's happening, it might all funnel down here and capture something on the parabolic dish.
Do you get nervous out in the woods?
Oh, I do. I think that that's just part of who we are as human beings. We're used to electricity and we're used to... You heard that.
That had to be them, right?
946. 946.
946. We just heard it very clear.
It was just one.
Is that abnormal? If it was them doing a call?
Yeah. Usually whenever researchers come out here, they kind of go overboard and kind of inundate the landscape with, either knocks or howls to try to get whatever's out here stirred up. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Now we heard one very distinct howl and two very faint wood knocks. From our perception here, it looks like it's coming from that hollow. I mean, that's what it looks like. I'll tell you what, let's go up about another 100 yards, and then we'll be pretty far. It'll be a completely different perspective, and then let's try to do a wood knock from up there.
So, I see there's a car coming.
Oh, yeah.
That's interesting.
That's extremely interesting.
So there's other people up here.
Mm-hmm. People were partying down there too because I found another bottle. So
there you go.
Did you hear that?
Oh yeah, that's coming right through here.
Yep.
So we got movement now.
Yeah. Okay, so that was movement we heard as we were walking up here. We sounded like something shifted. So whoever is moving up there, it's not making any deliberate steps, but it's definitely following us. Let's try another wood knock. Or what would you suggest I do?
Well, up here's going to be difficult. I mean, you could do that on there.
I'm not sure. So you were with our group then. The guy came from Greensburg.
Yeah, I'm with Connie. Yep.
Oh, okay. We didn't know what was going on. So where was the incident happen? Where did your incident happen?
The initial one is probably a couple hundred yards further back that way past where Eric's parked.
Okay.
And then the other one was right up here, and I can't remember exactly where. That's why I was going up to pinpoint it again.
Can you tell right now, are they directly basically over this hill down there?
There's a little bit of a valley between you, yeah, but they are.
But they're right
yeah,
down there.
like,
Okay.
If you
so
can
that's
see the mountain line on that other side over there, they're kind of on halfway
Okay.
up it, on a shelf over there.
Okay, because we've been hearing noise over there, and I couldn't tell.
Well,
if
they
that was them.
did a knock,
Yeah.
like a little bit ago, right before I came up.
They do a call, do you know?
I don't know.
Do you don't have a walkie-talkie?
No, I have one, but I don't know if anybody else is on. My wife has the opposite one. to
13.
these.
Try 13.
I don't. Mine are only 2 channels.
Okay.
These are ones we use for our stuff. But
Yeah, we got there was a very clear vocalization of some sort earlier, but it was in that direction, so I'm assuming it was them.
yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just gonna walk up to ride up here real quick, and we might just sit quiet for a couple minutes.
Cool.
But yeah, then up here is where we had we were driving and we heard something like almost like a loud whistle or something. So we stopped for a while, and then that's when we had something walking up the hill but couldn't see anything. And then just as we pulled out, it was like something hit the side of our vehicle, like something threw like a piece of wet wood or something and hit the side of the vehicle.
Something going on?
Yeah, something kind of weird.
What's up?
Ricky's down at the other location, and every time he whistles, they're getting a response that sounds like someone taking a fork and tapping it against a glass bottle. Like it's going tink, tink, tink. But it's only when he whistles.
Did they do a call earlier?
Yeah, they've done a couple, yeah.
A single call?
No, they were doing whoops.
See?
We didn't hear
Yeah,
that.
we didn't hear that.
And I think we have a really clear call then.
Good.
And I'm not thinking that what we heard was coyote or anything.
No, absolutely. It was one. It was just one single.
And it wasn't a whoop. It was like
A long drawn out.
no.
Not even drawn. No.
It was so mundane sounding that it was like I just assumed, well, they must have just goofed off and they're just doing a single call. But it wasn't a whoop. It was like
They're doing 2 to 3 whoops.
Rusted swing or a rusted chain swinging, but it's only like tink, tink, tink.
That's a ghost down there.
All right, keep us posted. They did some knocks, and they're in that direction down there, but the knocks are echoing through the valley, carrying up here. So you're hearing like a knock, knock, knock.
Yeah.
And it's a specific hollow sound because he's using an axe handle. He's done 3 or 4 sets of them. We can hear them, and then they've done a couple of whoop calls, and they're just short whoop, whoop, and that's it.
No,
No.
that's not what we heard.
We haven't done any calls up here. I haven't done any wood knocks. So it's just us kind of standing here.
This was a lot. How many minutes? That was like 20 minutes ago or something.
Yeah.
when I heard it.
9:46. 9:46.
Yeah, we wrote down the time exactly, just because
Okay.
I don't know if they're gonna memorize when they did it or whatever. But
And the only people that we sent your way was Chris and Josh
yeah,
in the
we saw
truck,
them.
and they were going to turn around and come back.
Did you guys hear a whistle? Was it them?
I didn't hear a whistle. So we're talking. Did
Oh,
you
yeah,
guys whistle?
Did you just hear that shit?
Yeah, did you hear that? That jingling.
Yeah.
What was that?
Did you guys just do a whistle?
Or a jingle?
No.
Weirdness on the Chestnut
There it
Ridge.
is again?
Yeah. Listen.
I'm confused as to how that wasn't you guys.
I heard
wasn't.
chimes this side over here. So.
No, this wasn't chimes.
No, there you go. See, it just got bigger.
Yeah, there it is.
Get bigger?
Uh-huh.
It just got big.
Yeah.
Right here. Yeah.
Did you see the light?
No, there's a light back there.
That's probably it.
Okay, but
Yeah, but that's not what happened over
this
here.
also there was a light coming towards us.
Yeah.
And then a light. It looked like a truck pulling in an intersection.
Yes.
It looked like.
Okay, well, I just have one 10 feet inside the woods right next to me.
What was that?
Did you guys just do a whistle?
Or a jingle?
No.
Weirdness on the Chestnut
There it
Ridge.
is again?
I don't know where to begin.
We went to an area where there had been, a few weeks ago, some reports of hearing some strange sounds coming out of the forest. So a week after that, we investigated and we had some weird things happen to us.
The three of us were down in an area below a cemetery, and we started off doing a wood knock.
And we got a couple replies there. I didn't hear the 2 replies of the 3 knocks that I did, but somebody had confirmed that there were 2 louder knocks replying to what I had.
And immediately heard a howl, high-pitched howl, back at us. And I told Ricky to do a whistle, and right after he did the whistle, we heard what sounded like a wind chime. Not like completely, the wind blowing him, ringing him constantly, like a single, like, tink. And it sounded like a metal or a fork hitting a glass. I can't explain that. So we did the whistle again, and it happened again in a different location. We had all gone up to the cemetery to see if maybe there were chimes on any of the graves. Nothing. So while we were up there, we heard it again behind us. So it wasn't in the cemetery.
So I was a little bit late getting to everything, and I just had passed you and talked to a couple other people, and then we went to an area that I had a previous situation at. The only time I got really creeped out last night, though, is while we were doing some calls back and forth between the groups, there sounded like a rock got thrown into the trees about 100 feet down in front of us, downhill from us. And I got that feeling again, that real creepy feeling.
And as we were standing further up the road, I saw what looked like a flashlight go through the trees. And I had asked Derek, I'd asked Chris if any of them were down in the woods. They said no. At one point, we even saw a light come on. We had Chris turn the lights off and on his truck, and that's what we saw. So we knew it wasn't anybody else.
You get nervous out in the woods?
Oh, I do. I think that that's just part of who we are as human beings. We're used to electricity, and we're used to... You heard that sound.
That had to be them, right? What time is it? Check it.
9:46. 9:46.
9:46. We just heard it very clear.
It was just one.
Is that abnormal? If it was them doing a call?
Yeah. Usually whenever researchers come out here, they kind of go overboard and kind of inundate the landscape with, either knocks or howls to try to get whatever's out here stirred up. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
So right now we heard one very distinct howl and 2 very faint wood knocks. From our perception here, it looks like it's coming from that hollow. I mean, that's what it looks like. But the only time that I've been out in the woods, and it happened to me twice, the only time that I could ever say that I came up with a definitive wood knock was just one. And
that has to be them. Because that's straight down there.
Yeah. And that was 3. But I was saying the only time that I ever came up with a definitive wood knock whenever I was doing research, it was just one knock, and it sounded like a major league baseball player hitting a home run. It was just really quick. Oh yeah, there they are, right there.
So that's Heather and Zach.
Yeah.
They're walking down there. we're gonna know in a minute because they're walking.
Yeah.
Those sounds are coming from the cave.
They sure were. Now, of course, the terrain could explain some of the echoes being kicked around and everything, but it did sound oddly clear and from a different direction.
Dude, I feel like they're not walking in the same direction.
Yeah.
From the sounds we heard.
In my opinion, from what I heard, it sounded as if it was coming like in the hollow or on the other side of it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, let's go up about another 100 yards and then we'll be pretty far.
See, there's a car coming.
Oh, yeah.
That's interesting.
That's extremely interesting.
So there's other people up here.
Mm-hmm. People were partying down there, too, because I found another bottle. So
there you go.
You hear that?
Oh, yeah. That's coming right through here.
Yep.
So we got movement now.
Yeah. Okay, so that was movement we heard. As we were walking up here, we sounded like something shifted. So whatever is moving up there, it's not making any deliberate steps, but it's definitely following us. Let's try another wood knot. Where would you suggest I do it?
Well, up here is going to be difficult. I mean, you could do that on there.
I'm not sure now.
Yeah. Can you tell right now, are they directly basically over this hill down there?
There's a little bit of a valley between you, yeah, but they're
right down there.
Like,
okay.
if you
So
can see the mountain line on that other side over there, they're kind of on halfway up it, on a shelf over there.
Okay, because we've been hearing noise over there, and I couldn't tell.
Well, they did a knock,
Yeah.
like a little bit ago, right before I came up.
They do a call, do you know?
I don't know.
Do you don't have walkie-talkie?
No, I have one, but I don't know if anybody else is on. My wife has the opposite one.
13. Try 13.
I don't. Mine are only 2 channels.
Okay.
These are ones we use for our stuff. But yeah, your closest buildings and stuff are straight this way, and probably half mile. There's a pretty major road. Well, it's the one you guys would have came up.
Yeah.
Because you guys came up and came down from the top, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that road is only about a half mile over that way. But there's nothing else anywhere near, besides that road. So,
Okay.
But yeah, I'm just gonna ride up here real quick, and we might just sit quiet for a couple minutes.
Cool.
Like a lot of researchers will come into areas and say that they can sense that there's something out there. And the more people I've talked to, and the more times I've been out researching, I'm actually giving it more and more credence, because if people are indeed sensing something, what's acting upon their bodies? And one of the things that could explain it would be the idea of infrasound. And we do know that infrasound can impact people, and one of the reasons why we understand it is because it has a military component to it. We know that infrasound can change the way a person interacts with their environment. A lot of people talk about, quote unquote, paranormal experience. There's something out there other than themselves. If you are an animal, if you're a self-aware animal, and you want to be territorial without being confrontational, one of the best uses of that would be infrasound, because you can get somebody out of your area without even having any contact with them. So it's very interesting to think that we know biologically infrasound does indeed exist. And if this creature is capable of producing infrasound, that might be why some people get into areas and they talk about being freaked out, or they're having experiences that nobody else can see.
I did a couple whistles, and my hearing's not too good, so I kept hearing them say they're hearing wind chimes.
Ricky's down at the other location, and every time he whistles, they're getting a response that sounds like someone taking a fork and tapping it against a glass bottle. Like it's going tink, 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 but it's only when he whistles.
If I heard it very faintly, maybe one time, but they said it happened every time I whistled. I don't know. I've also read some places that hearing wind chimes in the woods are angelic. So, I mean, there's a cemetery right there, so I'm not too sure about it.
Did they do a call earlier?
They've done a couple, yeah.
A single call?
No, they were doing whoops.
We didn't hear that.
We didn't hear that.
And I think we have a really clear call then.
Good.
And it wasn't a whoop. It was like
A long drawn out.
no.
Not even drawn. No.
It was so mundane sounding that it was like I just assumed, well, they must have just goofed off and they're just doing a single call.
They did some knocks, and they're in that direction down there, but the knocks are echoing through the valley carrying up here. So you're hearing like a knock, knock, knock.
Yeah.
And it's a specific hollow sound because he's using an axe handle. He's done 3 or 4 sets of them. We can hear them, and then they've done a couple of whoop calls, and they're just short whoop, whoop, and that's it.
No.
That's all we heard.
We haven't done any calls up here. I haven't done any wood knocks, so it's just us kind of standing here.
This was a lot. How many minutes? That was like 20 minutes ago or something.
Yeah.
I heard it.
9:46.
Yeah, we wrote down the time exactly, just because
Okay.
I don't know if they're gonna memorize when they did it or whatever. But
They just did a vocalization and we could not hear it.
Just like that whoop.
Yep, right now.
We should walk back up there and see.
all right, can you explain what we're doing now?
All right, so right now we are back to the area where we heard the one definitive vocalization. So to make sure to debunk anything that's happening, we're having another one set up. Somebody's going to make a call, the other team, and we'll see if we can hear it from this perspective.
Yeah. But we can hear it. So I'm assuming it was them earlier. But that wasn't at all what it sounded like. Very different. But I mean, I'm assuming it was them because we could hear it. It seemed to be in the general direction of where we heard what we heard.
I didn't hear them make any single calls.
Yeah.
I heard the whoops, but
What was it with all the wood knocking you guys were doing?
that was them.
Yeah, we found out that it was them.
It would sound like it was right behind us, yeah.
No,
Oh.
we don't have any. You have the axe handle. I don't have it.
No,
now.
Was it?
Yeah, it's going out.
Jesus.
Here we go.
We had 3, like, but then we had like 2, like,
boom.
you didn't hear
that
that?
wasn't-
Right here.
No, that
Yeah,
wasn't.
there's
It
an
sounded
owl
like
up
it
there.
was you guys
No,
right here.
we don't have any.
We were right there.
Yeah.
We don't
Yeah,
have
that's
any.
definitely an owl.
Okay, so after I did my yell, both Chris and we heard another higher pitched howl.
Did I hear the owl?
We're hearing an owl, but it's not higher pitched than what you
Can you
did.
ask them about the wood knocks?
Yeah, that's what, why were they doing wood knocks?
Like repeatedly.
When you guys were doing wood knocks, how many wood knocks were you doing at a time?
3.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Did they do 3 wood knocks and then like 2 power knocks immediately after it?
Did you do 3 wood knocks and then 2 power knocks right after it?
Negative.
I think we might have heard something responding to them knocking.
We thought something was in your truck.
That's what it sounded like. It sounded like your truck door slamming, but it sounded like it was right behind us. Like right up
behind
here
us.
around this bend. I'm confused as to how that wasn't you guys.
We didn't hear it.
It sounded like somebody was just playing around. That's really what it sounded like. Hopefully it's on that.
I don't know how I wouldn't catch the initial knocks. The power knocks were seemed more distant and subtle despite being significantly louder.
It sounded like somebody was attacking your truck. Honest to goodness, it's not what it sounded like.
You guys didn't put anything in the truck?
Well, I
or?
closed the tailgate just as you were walking back down here. I
Not
walked
to-
in.
no. This was 2.
No, we were standing right here.
And you guys didn't hear that at all?
No,
Sounded like
Uncle Chris or any of them?
no.
No.
I can clearly hear. He has a distinct sound with his axe handle. It's a.
Yeah, I think that was the initial thing we heard. But what I'm wondering is if we didn't hear an answer from up on the ridge.
That's what it sounded like. Absolutely.
we just assumed it was
Yeah.
you guys.
There's no doubt about it.
There was nothing here.
Knock, 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 and then boom, boom.
No. I don't have an accent.
We literally don't have anything.
You don't have anything.
This
Yeah.
would have been like,
But what happened with something? It wasn't like your typical, like a Bigfoot. Like this was something like weird going on, like something like almost playing with us. If that is the case.
That's why I said this place is different. It's the ridge.
There's only one logical conclusion. It says f***ing fairies. I'm telling you, man, that's what it is. That is the secret to all this stuff.
what I'm mystified by is how you guys wouldn't have heard it.
Nah,
Because it's just so.
It was almost like it was like meant just for us, in a very, very limited location. Because, honest to goodness, like if you would put me on a witness stand, I would say it was like right over our shoulder. It was Eric and Josh making points. That's the.
Yeah, I can do a call. Here, hold this wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I'll call it in the direction.
Did you guys hear that?
You hearing that?
It was
a coyote. Y'all heard that, right?
Yep.
Check with Chris and see if he's making any calls. That's a pretty good call. It's still going.
It's still going.
Eric, that is a coyote coming across. It's right in between Chris and us.
It's a coyote.
That's not a coyote.
That's not a coyote.
That's not a coyote. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
That's a coyote.
Sounds like it's in pain. Might be a coyote. It stopped. Whatever it was, it went on for quite some time and then it just quit.
It's definitely a coyote.
It sounded really distant, whatever it was, its first. But it went on for quite some time, whatever it was. I don't know. And it didn't sound like a coyote to me, but
It didn't sound like a coyote to me too. First of all, it was just one.
Court, did you think that sounded like a coyote?
they run in packs, don't they?
Yeah.
It sounded like an injured coyote, maybe.
Okay.
It was a warbling sound, which is
It sounded hurt.
maybe.
Court's pretty good on animal stuff. She's a vet.
Ah.
Oh, really?
She's the pro
Nice.
when it comes to.
I think the highlight of the night was the strange lights that were seen by 10, 12 people, and not in just one location, but everywhere.
How far up are Chris and Josh?
What did they say they saw?
A ball of light in the woods.
I might walk back up that way then, right? Because they're talking about up this direction. Do you want to walk up
Sure,
there?
I'll walk up with
I already
you.
drugged Ron up there a couple times.
Yeah, I'll go up with you. I'll be back, guys.
And then I looked up the road and I saw, again, like I would describe it like a lightning bug almost up in the trees. And there was a real dark area up there. And I would see it flash, I'd see it move a little bit and then disappear. And I saw that once. And then my son saw it twice in the same area.
Where did you see? I'm seeing the lights. Ron is now.
We saw the one white light, and I had thought somebody was coming down the road with a flashlight. So one of the other investigators, Tom, went up to see what was going on because we thought some of the other team was coming down.
So then Tom also saw a blue light, but he saw it out as periphery. And when he went to look, it was gone.
Say what?
The light that Josh and I are seeing is actually moving. It appears to be rising in altitude and then falling again, but it's actually within the trees.
They're looking at it?
You're looking at it right now?
Negative, it's not there now.
So we all started talking about this, and we heard over the radio Ron say,
Okay, there are lights. There are lights behind you. Well, actually, there's lights all around you guys.
and we were looking and we couldn't see anything.
all of a sudden, right between these tree lines, there was about 3, and then it
We
turned
thought they were
into
coming
1.
back. We thought they were coming back.
It turned into 3, but then it turned into 1.
It might have been Chris's headlights. He's heading back down that way.
No, it's not there.
Headlight.
Hey, you know what?
He's too
We should.
short.
Can we walk down that direction?
And we just couldn't confirm that nobody was between us at first, so we weren't sure. But then once we figured out there was nobody in that section of road, we just kept seeing that light.
I just saw one single light that looked like a flashlight, and it was in between us.
10-4, that's exactly what we were saying. Exactly what we were saying. It's actually between our location and your location.
Well, then all of a sudden it looked like a white light and a red light, almost like a truck.
And I had thought Chris had driven down and was sitting at the intersection. And he said, I'm not there.
We're seeing the light right now. There's 3 of them.
10-4, where are you at?
I see him too.
Ron, ask if they have lights on at the cemetery.
We're on the road towards you guys. We're not even nowhere near the cemetery.
Then
You have your lights on. Right now, all our lights are out.
Okay, we're coming.
And Tom ran up and it just disappeared.
they're right up there. They're all the way up there. Did you guys see the ones over here?
Yes. Where are they at?
I have no idea.
I think I saw my first thing.
That was not. That was very. I can't really.
Yeah. There were lights. We had a fun little run through the woods to get here.
It legitimately looked like. It looked like a truck pulled like close, and I couldn't gauge how far the intersection was. So it looked like you saw like headlights of a truck going this way, and you saw like the brake light, the red light. He walked towards it, and then it disappeared. So I did see. Now I'm seeing a red light out there in the woods now.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
So nobody pulled a car up here?
Nothing. Nothing.
No one's been near cars.
Yeah, what we saw was in the woods. Like,
No, yeah, like right here.
White light.
Bright ass light.
That's what I saw back in the clearing, and I started going toward it.
Yes.
I saw what I thought was a couple little blue balls of light a little to the side. So I'm thinking, okay, it's a car, it's something. And wherever the puddle is back there, about 2 to 5 feet on the other side of the puddle, as I'm walking toward it, there's a bright ball of light, and then all of a sudden a red ball of light about this big.
I saw the red one.
And then I thought it was Seth or somebody, and I was getting ready to talk to him, and then all of a sudden it just disappeared.
Everybody started running up towards Tom, and I stayed back. And as I'm slowly walking up, another flash came out of the trees that 10 feet. Looked like someone turned a flashlight on right in my face, and it went out. 10 feet, right here.
What
Oh, that was so
White,
bright.
bright ass, lit up the side of my face, and then gone. It was bright enough that it was reflecting in a puddle on the ground.
I have no explanation for what it was. I don't think anybody that experienced it has an explanation. It's just there, and we all saw it, and it's just another one of those weird things up here.
I like to connect the dots because nothing exists on its own. So if you would have went over to Europe 200 years ago, if you would hear knocks in the woods, if you would see lights, you would say that it was haunted. You know, that's the whole thing.
Yeah.
So whatever's going on here is part of that historiosity, if you will. It's part of that tradition. But the thing is, like, whenever people go on investigations, that very rarely ever happens. You know, these are like anecdotal things people say. But the idea of lights leading people deeper into the woods or to confuse people, I mean, we can find evidence of that going back 1,000 years. We're dealing with something far deeper, and that's why I said I think there's something even connected to the land itself.
No, that's Seth.
That's Seth.
The thing is, air. Yeah.
We're either having something really strange going on, or it's a mass hallucination.
It's fucking will-o'-the-wisp, man. It's those fucking berries, I'm telling you.
What we saw in the woods looked like somebody walking with 3 cell phones. It didn't look like flashlight beams.
No, they weren't flashlight. No. Yeah, these were.
I think I have mine in my car.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, what did you guys see?
Crazy light, man.
Yeah.
Where at?
Over there.
Over there.
Yep. And I happen to look right over here, and I see what looks to be 3 bluish green lights bouncing through the trees, like someone's carrying cell phones and walking.
Okay.
And then 3 became 4 with a red light.
Okay.
The red light went out, and the 3 continued, and we lost them.
I walked away because Zach is saying he saw something. Zach literally laughs at all of this. Like, Zach does not believe any of this stuff's real. I couldn't hear myself think, so I walked away. Were you guys doing wood knocks up by the cars?
Nope.
There were at least 3 wood knocks up by the cars while all that was going on.
We didn't hear anything. We're standing here talking, and we heard a thud.
Okay.
And it sounded like somebody threw a backpack or gym bag in the back of my truck.
Okay.
And then a few minutes later, Josh saw like a small lightning bug light floating around the top of my truck, and then it went out.
It did like 3 little circles and just went out.
See,
so when we saw the lights, Chris, that were on this road, they weren't far down the road, were they? Maybe 50 yards, 75 yards?
The ones actually on the road?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We thought that was them?
Yeah.
That wasn't them. They were 150 to 200 yards down the road.
Really?
Jeez. And they came out of the woods over here. Right?
Yeah, the other side of
about
those
there.
trees.
Yeah, just the other side of that tree's right there. And we thought that was you.
And the ones we were seeing in the trees were closer.
They were
They're cleaning like right
There's a
up
light
in
right
their
there.
face.
Anybody on this route coming down towards us right now?
Unless it's
looks like somebody's walking towards us, towards
Someone has a light on.
somebody has a light on because they're walking towards us.
yeah.
There shouldn't be anybody in between us, Eric. There's that light again.
That's probably Ron. It's got to be Ron.
Ron, do you have your light on?
Negative, but I see the light too.
Holy shit.
There's no way.
Down here with us.
Is there somebody?
Are you
by
kidding me?
themselves?
Ron and Josh are down here, and it's in between us. We got it on camera.
I'm on camera too. Let's go toward it.
Changing
We're seeing it too. We're looking right at it, and it's in the middle of the road. Does anybody have their light on?
Wow.
Just went out.
As soon as you started moving towards it.
That's on camera.
Yeah, I got it too.
That can't be. That's got to be one now.
There it is.
Again. You got it.
There's no way.
It's got to be then. If we get up there and that group is in that area, then this is some sort of like light reflecting or something. There's no one here. You gotta be kidding. They were up there, but they were a good ways away, and that was not this far.
Spook lights, ghost lights, orbs. They have been seen for centuries. Some say they're fairies trying to lure people deep into the woods to their untimely demise. Others think they are spirits trying to make contact. All we really know is that sometimes we see them and other times we don't. However, with so many people witnessing these strange lights in the forest, one begins to question if there's some connection between them and Sasquatch.
The funny thing about this phenomena itself is it's really come into play in, say, the last 6 or so years. Now, remember, there's been Bigfoot sightings here for decades, right? All across Pennsylvania, Ohio. Just in the last 5 or 6 years, people are starting to say, hey, you know what? I was in the woods. I saw lights flying around. Like, they look like spheres. They look like baseballs, bigger, some are basketballs, lighted, whether they're white, orange, blue. As I was out looking for Bigfoot at night.
The first mystery light that I had ever seen on the Chestnut Ridge was probably about 15 or 20 years ago. And I just assumed that it was an aircraft on the horizon. It was, you would hold your hand out, you know, at arm's length. It was probably about the size of your fingernail, your thumb fingernail. And it looked just to be a red light that was going on the horizon. I thought, great, a plane. Until that red light now was in front of the trees. And it started weaving in and out of the trees. That was my first occasion with what would be called an earth light.
I experienced a strange light phenomena with It was actually Rick Chirby and his fiance. She had noticed this light floating amongst the treetops. You know, again, not something localized, not something you can pinpoint that it was focused coming from one area. And I believe Tom got it on video, and it lasted just a little while before it kind of faded out. But it was a pretty pronounced orbish light that just floated amongst the treetops and then just disappeared.
Smaller lights, orbs if you want to call them, moving in like circular motions and figure 8 motions. I've experienced almost like somebody coming through the woods swinging like a lantern, walking, and then would just go away.
I'm one of these people that like to investigate on certain types of the year. And one of the most outstanding displays of earth lights that I had ever seen was on midsummer, on June 21st, probably about 10 years ago, whenever it seemed that the entire environment around me was nothing but LED lights. And it seemed as if these lights also moved in tandem, as if they were going en masse, so that they would actually cast a shadow whenever they moved. So it seemed as if all these lights were acting independently of each other, but whenever they move, they act as one single organism.
A couple of years ago in particular, myself, Eric Altman, Ricky Chirby were up in the ridge and, you know, just doing some Bigfoot calls, parked at a secluded location. And after about an hour, we started to see, I would say, roughly softball-sized lights. I would say amber to a whitish color bouncing around in the trees. They would start here and you would see them, you know, go in and out of focus. Then they'd disappear, and about a minute later you'd see them maybe 20 yards to the right. They were much too big to be any type of firefly or anything like that, and they were within the trees.
Oftentimes these Bigfoot will be seen. You will see these people will see a light sphere orb, either before the sighting, during the sighting when you see a Bigfoot, or a lot of times after the sighting. And then you may hear growling, or they may see a Bigfoot, or they may not. Is there a connection? It's like, boy, that's the $1 million question, right?
Just prior to those lights appearing, we had heard a couple very distinct whoop calls from the ravine down where the trees were coming up. And shortly after the lights stopped, Eric and I both saw a strange light in the sky that was stationary, moved slowly for about 5 seconds, and then just completely disappeared. So we had what a lot of people would consider to be a haunting phenomenon with the lights. We had Bigfoot activity, and then a potential UFO sighting. So that was all within one night, which is pretty typical of the ridge.
So the idea of these mystery lights being in areas where people are investigating Bigfoot, right? Of course, I mean, there is definitely a connection there. The idea of the places where I go, where people are witnessing UFO activity, where people are witnessing dogman activity, and even Thunderbird activity, all these locations that these researchers are investigating are all places that are also synonymous with Earth lights.
We don't know if these orbs are energy, if they're sentient, if they're actual alive being, we don't know. Could they be a probe from an alien craft? I know, I'm throwing some stuff out there, so we don't know. And you'll hear me say, I don't know a lot, and I'm okay with that because we're just researching. We're researching the phenomena, we're talking to people, starting to talk to people all across the country.
Bigfoot is much stranger than I had ever imagined. For a lack of a better term, we might be dealing with something that's interdimensional, that there's a physical and a non-physical component to whatever it is we're dealing with. It's so strange and so odd. I said years ago, the phenomenon is so strange it protects itself. And there's a lot more of this mystery than any of us have any idea what we're dealing with. I don't think anybody knows. I don't think the government knows. I believe they're aware of it. They're trying to figure out themselves.
They seem to be sentient, is what they seem to have intelligence. If you read, and we're looking back at a lot of reports, the reports of them, they are through all the magazines and all the backup material we have, which we have a lot. And a lot of them, they'll seem to follow you. They interact with you. Some people were shot at them and they, you know, kind of dispersed. Some of the things they do just defy logistics. Some of them, they can come through a house. They can somehow change their mass and come through a wall.
And the other time that I had seen them was also whenever we had these kind of whisperings going on as well too. I can vividly remember red and blue lights that were jumping back and forth across the forest trail. And after those lights had subsided, that's whenever these whispers had occurred.
So I've heard it on 3 or 4 different occasions, and it almost sounds like someone's carrying a conversation on or talking, but you cannot make out what they're saying. It's like a mumbling, a very low mumbling, or even a whispering. Like they're trying to say something to you, but you can't hear them, but you can definitely hear that something's being said. That's happened on 3 or 4 different occasions in different locations. I have a thermal FLIR that I use, so when I hear this stuff, I go after to see what it is, to see if it's a person, a hunter, a hiker, a camper, whatever, and I've never seen the source of it. As far as reports go, I've received, in conjunction to either a Bigfoot sighting or activity or the strange lights in the forest, I've been told about those as well. Hear people hearing that when they're seeing the lights or prior to or just after. What it is, I have no idea.
We were the only people out probably a good mile or 2 into the woods. Immediately upon hearing the voices, we would, shine the lights, we would use thermal imaging, and there was nobody around. There would have been no way for somebody to say, be walking past and us overhear them. There's just no way to explain it.
I'm Dwayne Pentoff, and I have been investigating actively Bigfoot and other phenomena since 1983. I also do paranormal or spirit or ghost investigations. I've been actively doing that since 2004. We went up, Eric and I did, August 15th, which was a Friday night, I believe. And our intention was, because there had been a Bigfoot report that had come in to the group a couple weeks earlier through this Greg that was with Dennis. He knew somebody that was a landowner up there in that area on top of the mountain. And that guy had claimed he had had an encounter with a Bigfoot, which it was less than a mile from where we were inside Quebec Run. Well, there was a lot of private land there, so you only go where you're allowed to be able to access the woods, and that Quebec Run happens to be one of those places. But we felt like it was close enough vicinity to this man's property that we might be able to get some kind of evidence or activity that would be beneficial. So we went up there, just him and I. There's no one back there when you get to this location. We were just going to sit there, and it was probably about 7 o'clock, 6:30, 7 o'clock. Darkness set in early that night. Why, I can't, we're at such a high elevation there, when the sun went over the hillside, it's like that thickness there was just dark. It was a dark, I've never been in anywhere other than a cave or a basement where I've turned the lights off and couldn't see my hand or any movement, or I couldn't see any residual lights even in the sky. So we're sitting there in pitch dark, Eric and me, side by side. We couldn't see each other, but we're whispering and we're listening. And I got bored, and I said, we're here for Bigfoot, but I'm gonna get up and do a wood knock. I said, let's just let them know we're here, because if they're on the other side of the woods and we're here, they're not gonna come over here. So I walked over to this large oak tree. I had my wood knocker, and as I did like one hard wood knock, and I'm standing there and I'm just like scouring the area, just hoping something, I'll see maybe movement. Well, as I'm doing it, as it being dark, off at what seemed to be a very extreme distance was a orange, and we're talking bright orange, sunset orange, round object. And it's not doing any movement, it's not doing any flashing, it's just there. I'm looking at it, not thinking too much about it, because I know there's silos around there and people have their marking lights on top for aircraft, and I'm thinking that must be what that is. Somebody's put an amber instead of a red light on top of their silo. And I hadn't told Eric anything about that because I didn't think it was anything about it. So I walk back over and I sit down, and we sit there listening for several more minutes, and nothing's happening. And maybe 15, 20 minutes go by. I get back up, and I'm kind of walking down the road, and I come back up and I say, I'm gonna do another. And as I go back to the same tree, I look back in that direction, and there's nothing there for the first time I look. And I did another wood knock, and I go back and sit down. Well, I still didn't say anything because I'm thinking, again, it's a light. Maybe someone turned it off. I didn't pay much more attention to it. A few more minutes went by. I'm getting up again. I'm not a person that likes to sit too long. So I said, I'm gonna go walk around here and just kind of listen, go over this edge and go over here. Maybe I'll hear walking or something. So when I got up and walked over to the tree, I looked back. Now, what had been this orange is now about this big, and it's still the same color. And I can't tell any movement from it, but it's definitely larger than what I first saw. And I'm like, okay, what am I looking at? So I came back over to Eric where he could hear me talk. I said, Eric, I'm looking at something. I want you to see it because I can't make out what it is, but it's really, really weird. So he got up enough where he could lean and look over, and he said, you talking about that orange object? I said, yeah. And I didn't tell him how it had changed size yet. And he said, well, it's probably somebody camping on the other ridge over there, or maybe that was a marker light on top of a silo. I said, but Eric, let me tell you, it's changed size. I said, I'm not imagining things. It's twice, 3 times bigger than what it's first I saw it. And I said, I just didn't say anything, but now I'm curious what it is. So he still didn't seem interested. As I stood there watching it and still didn't know what I'm looking at, he said, I'm gonna walk on the other side. This is like a gravel loop. He said, I'm gonna walk on the other side, Dwayne, and if you hear anything, it's probably me. And if you see or hear anything, let me know, holler over at me. I said, same here. So he walked out of there and I didn't know where he was at. So I'm standing there watching this thing. I could tell after watching it a few more minutes, it was coming, it was traveling, very slow. And when it got where I couldn't again tell if I'm 100, 200 yards, it changed shape. It went from this round orange object to what I described at my distance, because I believe I know exactly where it was, about a 2-foot rectangular object. And now it's gone from bright orange to a maize-colored yellow. And I'm not sure what I'm watching. I'm like having a big time watching this. And I'm watching this thing, and it's in there bobbing around, and it looks like it's going up and coming down to ground level. And again, I'm speculating because I couldn't see anything but the object. And I knew it was behind trees because it would kind of fade behind a tree and then come back out visible. And it went on for several minutes. Well, again, being a paranormal person as well as Bigfoot, and I've done a lot of in-depth research on Indian spirits, orbs that they have in their history. And this is a big area where the Six Nations, Iroquois, Senecas, all had encampments back in the 1700s. And I'm thinking, well, maybe I'm looking at a spiritual orb, but why did it change shape? And as it's moving around, it started changing color from a maize yellow to a white with a very cold blue, and it didn't change size. And it's still doing its little drifting around. After several minutes, it came out of what I thought was probably the canopy that it had been in, and it went further back into the woods, and it went up high to treetop level. And about that time is when Eric came back around. I heard him crunching on the gravel as he was walking up, and I looked back over my shoulder and I said, Eric, is that you? And he said, yeah. I said, you need to come here. I said, you know the orange object that I showed you before you walked around the other side? And he said, yeah. I said, well, it's changed. It's not the same object, and I want you to stand here and look at it. So we're standing side by side in the road, and he said, yeah, what is that? I said, yeah, that's that object. It's changed shape again. Now, it looked like it was a spear or spherical size object, and it had protrusions that came out on the side of it. And at this distance, we could just tell it was still the maize yellow. And it was just, we watched it. It was doing methodical movement, and it would come back down to what we figured was ground level. And it just kept doing this up and down like it was examining the trees and the hillside that it had gone back to. Well, as we're watching, it started coming in our direction because it got larger and got larger and got larger. And I said, Eric, what the heck is that? He said, I don't know, Dwayne. I said, okay, well, it's coming our way, whatever it is. We're about to get a good look at it. And as it got closer to us, probably about 2 feet in length this way, and it probably was at least 3 inches or so in diameter. And that's when you could see, it looked like, if you remember the lava lamps of the 70s, it had that kind of flowing movement inside. It looked like there was some kind of energy happening in the bottom of it. And Eric noticed that the bottom looked like a tail. He said, do you see that? He said, it looks like the bottom's whipping like a tail. And I said, yeah, I can see that. So here it's coming, quiet, no sound whatsoever. We're not moving, and we have not turned a light on all this time to identify our presence. It came up, and it just stationary. But you could see this movement and the wiggle of the tail, and it's just there. And I said, Eric, what in God's name is that? How are we going to define this? How are we going to describe this when we start telling people what we're watching? And he said, I don't know. Well, at that time, he said, I wonder what it'll do. And before I could even say, I don't think that's a good idea, he had a military-grade flashlight on his hip. He takes it out, and he shines this beam of light on this thing. That's when it got extremely crazy. Again, we're in black darkness except this thing, and it's not really emitting any light away from it. It's just there in total darkness, suspended in animation in front of us. And as he hits it with this bright beam of light, I can only describe it looked like a portal. Literally a mechanical door opened up in front of it, within a foot of it. And as that happened, at the angle we were standing, it was almost like a 45-degree angle. We're looking into the door, and the door, whatever opened, a beam of light came out of it. A white, bright light came out, engulfed this object. You could see it was that pea green military naval ship green on the inside of that wall that we were facing. And this object just goes in, just glides in, this portal shuts. And the only thing that we happened to notice when that all happened, because we were standing in total blackness again, is if you've ever struck a welding arc or something, sometimes you get these sparkles. There was all these electrical charges drifting down, and then they just seemed to burn up and disappear. And we're standing there in pitch darkness again. I said, Eric, what in God's name did we just watch? He said, well, I don't have a clue. 15, 20 minutes go by. Now we're getting into the 10 o'clock hour, into the 10:30 hour. I said, Eric, we're here for Bigfoot. Let's get back to Bigfoot, because obviously it's got to be around here. So I go back to the initial tree that I started with to do another wood knock. And when I did, the orange orb was on its way toward us. And it's like the second time I saw it, size. I looked back at Eric. I said, Eric, you need to come over here now. I said, it's back and it's coming. And he said, what is? I said, the orb. I said, you're going to be here with me. We're not taking our eyes off of it this time. Let's see what happens. Like I tell people this, the best I can describe the movement was like you see in The Wizard of Oz. When Dorothy gets to Oz and the fairy comes off the hillside and you see this swirling, that was the movement this thing was making, but it wasn't as pronounced as that. It was more like very subtle, and you could see it was swirling coming. It come up, and again, I'm believing 100 yards, and it's this big when it finally just stops. And it's hovering. We can tell it's hovering. We can't tell how high off the ground it is, but it's bright orange, and it's just sitting there. And we're not sure what its next move is going to be. And suddenly, it took a 90-degree turn, and it went over, and there's an outcrop rock slope that goes up, and it navigated that. We watched it until it got about where we thought the top of that outcrop rock is, and it dropped over the side. And now we're standing there in the darkness again. I said, okay, Eric, what the heck? How are we going to talk about this? We need to go check this out. He said, Dwayne, I'll tell you right now, I don't feel good being here anymore. I'm ready to leave. I don't know what we're dealing with. I'm out of here. So I said, okay, I'm with you, because I'm not staying out here by myself with something like that.
You know, the question of, is the Chestnut Ridge, has all this activity and this spectacular events because of some sort of paranormal phenomena? I don't know. You've heard people saying there's portals here, that these things, and not just Bigfoot, but a lot of these, paranormal activities happen because of these portal or these. There's something about this place that is unique, right? You would have to find some way to prove that to me to believe it. I've known researchers that said they've seen gateways open and disappear at whim. I've never experienced it. Yeah, they're good researchers, but sometimes when you're after something for so long, you can convince yourself that these things are possible and these things happen. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying it's a potentiality you have to look out for. You have people involved in this search for a long time, and Pennsylvania, a lot of that tends to get paranormal, and outside my wheelhouse because it's hard enough to prove there's an ape-like creature roaming the forests of Pennsylvania without throwing dimensional doorways and fairy lights and everything else into it. Let's pick one thing, let's get it proven, and then we can start working on the others.
Again, I know it may sound crazy. Some of these things I'm talking about, I'm going to be honest, they sound crazy. I mean, from researching bipedal wolf-like creatures to gargoyles to to Bigfoot. For your average person, it's like these things can't exist.
You compound this mystery so much, it becomes sensational and laughable to folks outside the field, and actually a lot of folks in the field. It doesn't get that scientific credibility anymore, and I think that's a big difference when you look at how Pennsylvania research is approached as opposed to other areas of the country.
I kind of view the ridge as a portal area, much like Point Pleasant, West Virginia, maybe the Skinwalker Ranch. I don't know why, but this just seems to be an area that the high strangeness is just drawn here. It seems like it's home. You know, it's really hard to explain, hard to put into words.
It's a lot of limestone caves, there's a lot of things, so this could bring into effect one of the portals. When all of these phenomena tend to take place in close proximity, you wonder if it is some kind of a temporal anomaly where somehow, that we don't know, science that we cannot even comprehend, somehow these window areas open up. Creatures, UFOs, you get the list, name them, can come through.
When you're out and you experience some of these things and you see these lights or you hear the whispering, you know, it's one thing to talk about them afterwards, but when you actually experience them, there's kind of a feeling of awe, because you know that there's no way to rationally explain these. You know there's nobody walking through. You know that, the light you saw in the sky or in the trees is not anything you can explain. And you know that the ridge has a very, very big reputation for these phenomena. So it can be a little bit overwhelming. It can be a little, awe-inspiring in a way.
Perhaps individuals do experience different things that happen out here. And when you start investigating one phenomena, it's very comfortable to start slipping into other phenomena, right? To start researching, and then they start to blend. I don't know if they actually happen or we start blending those things together. And do some researchers do it to be significant? Absolutely. It sells books, right? Like, I don't know if, and I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying it's highly unlikely that it's possible to me. And it just doesn't, at this point, doesn't make any sense to keep compounding it. Let's one thing at a time. What
causes it, I don't know. But I really think the ridge, is one of those areas that it's just going to happen year after year. And it historically has happened year after year. It's not just one or two things this year and then a few years later you hear more reports. This is continually every year, and it's in every area of the paranormal, with the hauntings, the UFOs, Bigfoots, other cryptids. Several years back, somebody even reported seeing a dragon flying over the ridge.
One of the patterns found years ago was there seems to be some type of energy connection. And in a lot of these cases, people bring it up themselves. Well, the thing was seen right under high tension power lines. It's going up a gas line. This is something a lot of people keep bringing up. I think there's an energy connection to a lot of phenomena we're dealing with. Until we have more data, we just can't be sure. But there's something going on there.
They've always talked about different dimensions, how many different dimensions there are. And if the dimensions, there's dimension right here, they're all over. If somehow, that we don't know, they can open up occasionally. Something could come through. A lot of people think some of your Thunderbird phenomena are pterodactyls or teratorns, which were ancient prehistoric birds or mammals. So
the idea of portals being opened up on the ridge is something that I have talked to a lot of people about. And whenever I had that one particular encounter at the very base of the ridge, the idea of this light kind of flashing on, something was going on, okay? A light had ignited and flickered off, and it felt to me that a doorway was open, that something was able to step through that doorway and was now a part of the world in which I resided in. Also, I've talked to people who have been lost on the Chestnut Ridge. There is one, she's actually a principal of the high school. She and her family were up on the Chestnut Ridge for a walk, and they got lost up there overnight. I mean, you're 15 minutes away from a Walmart, and all you have to do is walk downhill and you're off the ridge. She was a very intelligent woman, and she got lost up there because she simply said that she could not find her way back. So these kind of things happen in an area that's very close to society, right? You know, we are building things right up to the very foot of the Chestnut Ridge, but people are still getting lost up there, and people are still seeing things that should not be there.
There have been incidents for years reported all along the ridge. Westmore and Fayette has always been historically very active, year after year, even the last few years. But there are some more specific locations where, whatever reason, the phenomena seems to target or concentrate on for whatever reason. And some of these have a long history of these things taking place. So there are some areas, and these are on private property, where there's been a repeated history of people reporting Bigfoot, other cryptids, strange sounds, other phenomena going on. And so that's very, very fascinating.
So as I've delved deeper into the rabbit hole of not only the Chestnut Ridge, but of the paranormal, it seems to me that we are missing out on something, or at least I'm missing out on something. So we have reports of Bigfoot, we have reports of Thunderbirds, and we have reports of UFOs and dogmen. If all of these creatures are simultaneously existing in an area that only covers about 75 miles, in which the Chestnut Ridge does, we would be stumbling over these things, right? They would be more often seen. Nobody is finding a 10-foot long feather from a Thunderbird. Nobody's Prius windshield is getting crushed by a Thunderbird flying overhead and pooping on it. So I'm thinking there's something more going on here.
But this phenomenon is very interesting because, again, it can be sporadic, it can happen almost anywhere, but there appears to be certain geographical locations where the phenomena seems to focus on. And that's where you have this history of repeated Bigfoot encounters, cryptid encounters, UFO sightings, strange sounds and screams and howls and all kind of other phenomena is being reported. And in some cases, people reporting other type of paranormal experiences as well.
So the idea of the goblin universe, a lot of times whenever I use the word fairy, it turns a lot of people off because you automatically think of the Victorian, little creature with diaphanous wings and the Marilyn Monroe body. But that truly was not the way the fairies were perceived. For maybe a better term, let's call it elementals. So what is an elemental? It's an inherent intelligence within the environment itself. So to me, the goblin universe represents the capabilities of a particular area to manifest itself in different forms. One of the hallmarks of fairy lore is the idea of glamour, which we still use now to refer to women's makeup and things. But the original medieval meaning means to appear differently than you are. Shape-shifting is what we would call it today. I interviewed a gentleman who was walking along the Chestnut Ridge, and he came to a small grove, and in that grove he saw two creatures wrestling with each other. This sounds very, very strange, but whenever he told me the story, he was very lucid and very sober too, I might point out. And he saw these two creatures just gallivanting. He could not remember if they had clothes on or not, but he said if they did have clothes on, it matched the environment so seamlessly it was hard to tell. But he watched it for a few moments, and then he said one of the creatures noticed him, and then it took off and it vanished into the side of the hill. Now, we wanted to point out that there was no hole in the side of the hill. It just vanished. It became part of the environment. And then what happened to the other creature is what's so striking to me. He said that it went through a series of shapeshifts until it became a very large bird and flew away. And as I connect the dots with other tales of this, in Ireland, we have a fairy creature that is said also to be able to assume the form of a very large bird. So that got me to thinking, when we talk about Thunderbirds and Bigfoot, what happens if these creatures that we are pursuing are nothing more than an energy that are capable of making you believe that you're seeing something that's there, and we are calling it Bigfoot and we're calling it dogmen, but it's coming from a source within ourselves that these creatures are able to manifest within us.
The year is 1973. The frightening images of The Exorcist haunt movie theaters for the first time. The United States ends its involvement in the Vietnam War with the signing of the Paris Peace Accords. And President Nixon, facing the consequences of the Watergate scandal, utters the infamous words on national television,
"Well, I'm not a crook. I've earned everything I've got."
Far away from the commotion of Washington, D.C. and the outside world, a small team of researchers works together to try to uncover the truth of the strange phenomena happening around them. Stan Gordon and his recently formed Westmoreland County UFO Study Group were following reports of Sasquatch and UFOs in Pennsylvania, but nothing could prepare them for what was coming.
It was lucky that we are already organized, because 1973 comes around, and here we have first the largest UFO wave ever documented, with hundreds and hundreds of UFO sightings throughout the state of Pennsylvania. It started January 1st, continued to the last day of the year. And many of these were not lights in the sky. These are large structured objects low to the ground. We had reports of these things over major highways on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, hovering over cars. We had landing reports. I mean, it was amazing in itself. But then in the summer of '73, we had the biggest outbreak of Bigfoot sightings ever documented. And that went on to 1974. And many of those Bigfoot sightings were in daylight. And many of them were at very, very close range. I mean, we're talking 5, 10, 15, 20 feet away from some witnesses. And in some cases, there was more than one creature seen together, which is very interesting. But in a lot of those cases back then, there was some type of physical evidence at the scene. And during that time, we made casts of a number of different footprints and tracks were found. And that's also the time when we began to find that there may be a lot more to the Bigfoot mystery and UFO phenomena than any of us had ever expected.
Pennsylvania in 1973 seemed to act as a giant magnet for all the strangeness in the world, combining phenomena in jarring, unthinkable variations.
When this all began in the summer of '73, and all these Bigfoot reports are coming in, we thought that we're dealing with an unknown animal. Well, our teams get out to some of these locations, and you see these large footprints, big stride between them. They go for quite a distance in some cases, and then they abruptly stop when there should have been more tracks. And there's no way under the conditions we found it could have been fabricated. And then it happened in the snow. And it continues to happen even more recent years, okay? So that opened up our eyes, like something very strange is going on here. Then it got even stranger. Then we were getting reports from the public, and we're interviewing these people, and these people were shaken. They can't believe what they saw. People are telling us that they see this huge hair-covered creature. They're looking at it, it physically vanishes, and seconds later reappears at another location not far away. Then we began to hear people saying, well, this thing looks solid, this thing would suddenly appear out of nowhere and disappear. In some cases, they move very fast across the road, but people were saying they appear to be floating or gliding above the roadway. When I first began to notice this was actually 1972. In a wooded location a few miles outside of Greensburg, where I happen to live, I began to get reports from independent residents who lived along this wooded area. Nothing had ever happened before. Then suddenly they're calling me about hearing these strange screams and cries and howls. Something heavy bipedal walking in the woods. a large, broad-shouldered creature is seen chasing dogs. But they're also reporting strange footprints being found around the properties, UFOs, and these very small little spheres of light low to the ground, very close to their homes and near the bushes. That really caught my attention because it was very unusual, and that was very, very intriguing. So then the next year, we have this massive outbreak with UFOs and Bigfoot, and that's when we began to come across these amazing cases with UFOs and Bigfoot seen together at the same time and place. There was one case, for example, north of Pittsburgh during '73. Witnesses see this 7-foot, 8-foot tall Bigfoot with white hair. It's running across the road, but in one of its hands is carrying a small ball of light. And a short time later, this object comes across the sky and projects a beam of light down into the woods where the creature ran into.
There were occasionally a smattering of white Bigfoot activities happened in the early 2000s, I think near Waynesboro, and some other sightings, I think in '73, but nothing that's you can keep pounding on or like prove that it's still in existence. Yesterday I just learned of a creature they called the Old Man down near Jumonville, and it was potentially an older Bigfoot, but it was also missing a digit, which was kind of cool. But its hair was lighter and it was older, a little bit bigger. It was a pretty cool story. I just learned of that yesterday, so it's something I want to jump into a little bit and find out more.
That our organization has not been like really one sighting. It's been a series of 8 sightings of a white Bigfoot creature in our area, encompassing Beaver County, Lawrence County, right next door into Columbiana County. These are a white Bigfoot creature. All the characteristics of a Bigfoot, it's white. Now, it may be the heaviest concentration of white Bigfoot sightings in the country, but we've taken 8 and there's been at least 11. Mostly every sighting except one was about 7 foot tall. One of them was 4 foot tall in Cascade Park in Newcastle. The gentleman was fishing along the creek, and he's fishing there for a while, and he feels really weird, like there's something staring at him, and kind of looks over the creek, and he sees this white 4 foot tall Bigfoot looking at him and had yellow eyes. He says this was a real creature because the wind blew and the fur was blowing with the wind. He said we just stared at each other for maybe a minute and a half, and he said it just slowly just went into the forest, and he slowly backed up and got out of there because he was scared. And I had the drawing and everything of it. Another one, and it was of a white Bigfoot. It was about 7 foot tall, but this creature hopped between trees. And the kids saw this, and it was hopping really. I'm just telling you what the eyewitness report says. That's what we will do. If we say this creature was floating, if we say it disappeared, that's what's going in the report. I mean, if people don't believe in it, they can deal with it. I'm just going to put what they said, not what I said.
A lot of sightings in Ohio whenever it comes to white Bigfoot. And there are occasional sightings in Pennsylvania as well, too. I don't know if the white Bigfoot is a seasonal transition from one coat to another. It seemed it would help in camouflage in the wintertime. But the white Bigfoot that has been encountered around here in Pennsylvania is usually seen whenever there is no snow on the ground. It's just the way it appears.
Then we had that famous case up in Fayette County. So you had that multiple witness UFO landing, where you had 15 people. They're observing this barn-sized red sphere in the sky about 100 feet off the ground, slowly moving downward. The object ends up on the ground in the pasture. And the older fellow of the group and 2 younger boys, they're up in the field after seeing this thing coming down. The older fellow has a .30-06 with some ammo. The object they're seeing now, it went from the sphere to being a big white dome. So like a half a sphere, bright white, about 100 feet or so in diameter. Very, very large, making this loud whining noise, illuminating the whole area. And they can't believe what they're seeing. So they're standing there, it's about 250 feet away. Their attention is drawn to this barbed wire fence. Along the barbed wire fence, you got these 2 tall hair-covered creatures, bipedal. One's about 8 feet tall, the one in front, the biggest one. The one behind is about 7 feet tall. And they're moving slowly one behind the other in their direction along the barbed wire fence. The one young boy is so frightened he runs out of the field. The other fellow starts telling the older guy, shoot him, shoot him. So he fires his first shot over their head, which was that tracer. He fires the second tracer, and when he does, The largest of the two creatures makes a loud whining baby crying sound, reaches out with his one hand as at a grab at that tracer, and the moment it does that, that large object suddenly vanishes and disappears. It doesn't rise from the ground, it just vanishes, the sound stops, most of the luminosity is gone, and the creatures turn around and start walking back along the barbed wire fence back towards the woods. At that point, he's firing live ammo from his .30-06 at the creatures, and I remember this fellow telling me, I'll never forget how that creature with those large glowing red eyes is just staring at me as I'm firing into it, and there's no effect on it whatsoever. Those two fellows went back to the vehicle, went to the farmhouse, got the family out of there, took it to a neighbor's called the state police. When the troop arrived 45 minutes later, they went up into the field where the object was, and the trooper told me the area where the object was reportedly on the ground was self-luminescent and glowing, about 100 feet or more in diameter. He said he remembered the farm animals wouldn't go anywhere near it. This rose up off the ground, I believe about a foot, the luminosity. He thought that if he had a newspaper, he could have read the newspaper from the light coming off the glow. And that was the case that convinced me and some of my skeptical research people that there was a lot more going on here than we understood.
The connection between Sasquatch and UFOs has always been dubious. Mired in competing theories as to what exactly these strange craft are, as well as the nature of Sasquatch, the conversation is wide open for extreme conjecture and outright ridicule.
You don't hear about it that often because, again, most UFO sightings don't have a Bigfoot connection. And most Bigfoot sightings don't have a UFO connection. The point is, these things are taking place probably a lot more commonly than a lot of people realize. A lot of people are reluctant to report just a UFO sighting or a Bigfoot encounter. And then when you get these stranger aspects to it, a lot of them are very, very reluctant to talk about it. But these are the things that I'm hearing and other researchers around the country are hearing as well.
For many people, witnessing a Sasquatch is far outside the status quo. For those who have never seen one, experiencing a sighting is interpreted as merely a trick of the imagination. For those who have, an encounter is an unfortunate step into a world of terrors and a begrudging acceptance of horrifying truths that exist just beneath the reality we know. And still, there are others who have seen things far more strange than a Sasquatch.
I think Stan took one or two where these Bigfoot would shapeshift into a Black Panther. Now we get Black Panther sightings up here too. We get mountain lion sightings, Black Panther.
I have had reports of Bigfoot being seen in proximity with the Black Panther. So I don't throw out anything that seems to be unbelievable or have a lot of woo in it, because that might have some sort of meaning in the long run. But Bigfoot being seen with these Black Panthers as if there's some sort of connotation with the two is something that's very prevalent in these Bigfoot reports. Very near here, in Ligonier, as a matter of fact, somebody had reported a Black Panther drinking out of their swimming pool. The next day they reported a Bigfoot sighting in their yard as well too. So these kind of very strange kind of connections seem to exist whenever you talk about the two. Now it could be that we're dealing with a very finite geographical area as well, and these animals just simply, cross paths every now and then. I think that could happen because they would be serving a different niche. If there is indeed a flesh and blood Bigfoot, it probably would not be occupying the same niche as a Black Panther.
I had one, 2005, October 2005 on Dairy Ridge, Chestnut Ridge. Another researcher and myself were up there for Bigfoot, and we went back deep in the woods about 3 miles, and it was, in that year, it was a drought, and all the vegetation, all the ferns and everything on the ground had died early that year. It was just as dead as it is outside now in October. We went back to an area where we had a UFO sighting back there, allegedly. It's a well-graded road. It was an old logging road. As we're traveling back, the guy who was with me, Brian, we split apart. We weren't talking. And I was off the one side of the road in just vegetation, and he was off in the ditch, and we were just walking slowly as we were heading back down this road back to the car. And as we're topping this knoll, I look down, and as I'm looking in this spot that I knew by this bear pond, but it was up on the edge of the road more than down by the pond, I see this object on the ground. First thought I'd thinking a bear, because it was black. I thought it was black. and it's just laying there. Well, Brian hadn't noticed it. And as we kept taking a few more steps, this thing turned its head and looked, and it's moving. I'm like, that is not a bear, and it's not a dog. It had a head looked like a bowling ball, round head on it. And I did this like that to Brian. I got his attention because I didn't want to say nothing. And he looked at me and I said, there was a lot of chipmunk activity, ground squirrels and squirrels in activity that day. And I don't know if that's what had it up there, if it was trying to get food. Brian flagged me, let's keep walking. It took maybe 4 or 5 more steps. This thing literally sprang up, one whole thing sprang up off the ground about 2.5, 3 feet. It was as big as me. Like I said, I'm 6'2", and it looked as large as me. And that's when a tail come out from under it or behind it. It whipped like a whip. And that tail looked like it was the size of the diameter of a ball bat. And it all in one motion, it hit the ground. We watched it go down through the woods like lightning. And it looked just like the Wide World of Sports that shows those jaguars and cheetahs. And I mean, we knew it was a cat, a big cat. Well, Brian had his .40 cal. I didn't have a gun. Well, he said, Dwayne, you want to go down and see if we can spook it out or find anything that get its tracks or anything? I said, hey, I'm right there with you. So we get down to the location and down into the woods we go. And we went we went half a mile down into the woods until it just got so overgrown and thick, we couldn't navigate into the area anymore. We didn't see anything. Again, this was my area of interest at that time. From 2001 until this 2005 time, I was up there almost every weekend, sometimes every weekend. So it was very intriguing to me that I'm seeing this cat and I want to know why it's there. So I go back up there a couple weeks later and I'm approaching, I want to come up the mountain from the bottom. There was a trailhead at the bottom that you could come up in a place called Hillside. As I'm in the parking lot, there was another guy already there and he's getting gear out of the back of his car. We didn't say anything other than a cordial hi, how you doing, or something like that. As I put my backpack on and was getting my gear out, he had a bow. He turns and looks at me. He said, you going up on the mountain? I said, that's my plan. He said, well, my wife works at the Tribune Review. They've had 5 mountain lion reports over the last month and a half. He said, that's why I'm up here. He said, I don't see a weapon. I said, I don't have a gun. He said, well, that's why I'm telling you, be on the lookout. He said, be careful, there's a lot of ledges up here. He said, I don't want you to get hurt. I don't want you to get ambushed by a mountain lion if it is up here. I didn't tell him about the black one I saw. But again, this was a 2-week span, and by coincidence, here's this guy telling me, watch out for mountain lions after I've seen a black one, what I'm confident was a black or a dark brown one.
The idea that there being a black panther in western Pennsylvania, particularly along the Chestnut Ridge, is a report or eyewitness accounts that I get almost weekly from somebody. Now, you could talk to various biologists and they say that the black panther is impossible within the mountain lion. It's impossible for the melanin to occur as a phenotype in the mountain lion. So are we talking about a different type of animal at that point? These animals do indeed seem to be flesh and blood animals. They don't seem to have any kind of paranormal activity resonating around them whatsoever. And it's very possible that, you know, the jaguar, which can be seen in places like Texas, and at one time had a much wider influence in the southwestern United States, there is no reason why they could not have transplanted themselves into western Pennsylvania. That's one of the theories that I go with as an investigator.
As disconnected as the reports may seem, there may be some evidence to suggest that the phenomena emanates from a similar source.
Again, these things seem at times to be able to suddenly appear and then they're gone. They're here for a short time and then they're gone. With UFOs, you have reports for years of these large solid objects, but it'll begin to fade away and disappear, or it'll physically change from one form into another right in front of the witness's eyes, and then sometimes disappear. So you're having similarities with some UFO incidents as well as some of these cryptid cases we're hearing. Sometimes you have more than one cryptid show up in an area that has a history of these ongoing phenomena. So you asked me earlier about some of these areas that have a history of this phenomena being active. Well, back in the summer of '79, people reported seeing an unusual object fall that afternoon from the sky into a field. Soon after, odd things began to happen. They began to hear screams and cries, see small spheres of light, UFO sightings, Bigfoot sightings, and then in the years to follow, the activity got much more active during, I think it was 81 and 82. And this series of events actually made the local news and actually television covered for a while. So they were not only having Bigfoot encounters, they had an outbreak of Black Panther sightings at the same time. And the Black Panther sightings are very, very intriguing. Again, with these Black Panther reports, sometimes when this phenomenon is going on in a certain location, more than one cryptid will appear. But there's one really interesting case I had from February 1983 up in Fayette County. This fella comes home from a friend's house around 1 o'clock in the morning. It's cold out. His car is overheating. He pulls into the driveway and he went in to get a bottle of antifreeze. So he comes out and starts putting antifreeze in the car, and he hears this growl behind him. He turns around and looks, and I think it was about 20 feet away. There's this pretty large black tomcat, house cat. Didn't think much about it. He goes back and he's putting more antifreeze in. A short time later, he hears this much louder growl, and he turns around to look, and now that house cat has physically grown twice its size. He throws that can antifreeze at it, and he goes into the house and grabs a pistol. And he comes out a short time later, and now that big cat is walking up the driveway, up the road, which is illuminated, and now it looks like a full-size Black Panther, like he said you would see in a zoo, with a long body of the tail and luminous yellow eyes growling at him. He took a shot at it. He didn't know if he hit it, but moments later, it physically vanished and disappeared right in front of him. So here's something that has turned, from something small into something larger.
There's different camps out there about what Bigfoot actually is. There are some people that say that Bigfoot is flesh and blood, that we're dealing with an uncategorized great ape, right? Or some sort of lineage from the Gigantopithecus black-eyed. That's one camp. And then there is another camp that states that Bigfoot is a supernatural creature or an extraterrestrial creature. So as a researcher, I try to take all of this into account because I don't want to throw anything away. Bigfoot shape-shifting, it's so prominent that it's hard not to address it. I've interviewed many witnesses that said that they have seen two legs running through the woods with no body attached to it, or a Bigfoot gradually kind of come into physicality. I've never heard tell of a Bigfoot shape-shifting into another creature, but the idea of it being able to blend in or vanish is something that I've heard. So
something else that's turned up, and I've noticed this in more recent years, different witnesses who were very close to Bigfoot or other cryptids, where they were very, very close, very detailed accounts, they mentioned to me that when the creatures realized that they could be seen by the human observer, they reacted startled, maybe scared, that they were able to be seen. And I think that's something very, very interesting. And there's more and more information coming in that suggests whatever we're dealing with, it's physical and non-physical both. As strange as it sounds, and it's not just from what I've learned from cases I've been involved in, but from many other research around the country, and some of this comes from around the world as well, from other cases, that these things may actually change physical form.
I will tell you this one little story that involved me that seems to suggest that something paranormal was going on. So one day we had a very bad snowstorm. I went outside just to see how bad it was. It was about 6 o'clock in the morning, new fallen snow, nobody else had been out, schools were closed, all that good stuff, so everybody's cars were still piled up. But then I noticed that in my front yard was a set of tracks. So I got closer and I noticed that these tracks were human or human-like. You could see all 5 toes, but what the strange thing was, they were the size of a child. These weren't large Bigfoot tracks. These weren't 17 or 18 inch tracks. These were about, the size of a dollar bill, very small. So I thought, this seems very strange. I'm a Bigfoot investigator, and all of a sudden there's these tracks in my yard. So I decided to find out where they came from. And they came from nowhere. In the side of my yard, there was a right track, and a little bit farther, another right track, and then a left footprint, and then a right footprint. They came up to my window, which is odd, and then they went over the hill and they vanished the exact same way. It appeared as if something had either stepped off into our world or gradually became a physical form and came up to my window, looked in, and went. But in order for that to happen, it would have to have some sort of knowledge of who I was. It doesn't seem strange that somebody that investigates this would have this kind of encounter. But I think that a lot of people do have these kind of encounters, that the people who are so into this or investigating this are getting encounters as a way to say that these things exist or some sort of proof. But what is so interesting about this particular case is I decided to investigate the woods that were very near my house, within a few hundred yards from my house. And the next spring I came across the exact same set of tracks. They were in the mud, the exact same size. I spoke with Stan Gordon. He said for probably the past 30 years, people have been reporting these tracks of a very diminutive, what Bigfoot or what have you. But after my investigation that spring, that area has now been posted and nobody's allowed up into that area, which I found very, very fascinating.
There have been people over the years up on the ridge and other places have told me they've seen something appear, sometimes like a swirling effect, something that people described as a portal or a doorway or something opening where they felt that theoretically the sun could come in and out. Whatever we're dealing with, it seems to have the capability to suddenly appear. It can look physically solid at times, leave evidence, and then it's gone. These things appear to be able to come and go, whatever they are.
The existence of portals has not been scientifically proven, although some credentialed researchers have hypothesized about them, and many others claim, based on their own observation, that they simply do exist. If these doorways to other realms are in fact real, could they serve as pathways for strangeness to enter the world that we sense?
There have been reports of thunderbirds, and interestingly, we had a series of thunderbird sightings in the last year. One of them was pretty interesting. This one happened between Greensburg and Latrobe, so it overlooks the ridge a few miles away. This was early morning hours. A fellow's pumping gas. This guy's very familiar with the birds of the area, the turkey vultures, the blue herons, things like that. And he says he's looking over these trees across the road, and here's this huge, dark, flying creature that he says it looks like something out of Jurassic Park. He says it looks like a stingray in the sky. It has a long tail, and he saw it flapping a couple times, its wings, I believe, but then it was just soaring out of sight. He didn't see it long, but he said whatever that thing was something that he had never seen anything that big before in the sky. And there have been other Thunderbird sightings around the state in the last year. Some were really detailed, daylight, very low level. 2 cases I can think of, one in eastern PA, one in western PA, within months, in daylight, where these huge flying creatures came down within 10 feet, turned its head and made eye contact with a witness.
We had a report come in 2003 where a hunter had claimed to have seen one moving through the woods. I didn't investigate that. I didn't know much detail about it. But following that, there was heavy snowfall up on top of the mountain. So 4 of us got in this guy's old Cherokee Chief. It was a beast. We took off and made it to the top of the mountain. No sign of any other activity, no tire treads, nobody's footprints, nothing. We were the only ones in this heavy snow. It was an 8-inch snowfall on the road, and when we got out, we were up to almost our knees in 15 inches of snow. We got out on the top peak of this mountain, which is the highest point in southwestern Pennsylvania, 2,610 feet. And we spread out looking, hoping to find any tracks or anything. We found what we think was mountain lion. We found a series of tracks as big as the palm of my hand, and they had 3.5 foot stride. And what was so good about it was, as we're following this off of the top of the mountain down to this logging road, it had a distinctive drag mark that looked like that tail that I saw in 2005. So we followed this, what looked like a mountain lion tracks, down to this old abandoned logging road. When we get down to the logging road, mysteriously the mountain lion tracks disappeared. And we're spreading out again, trying to pick them up, thinking it might have jumped in a tree or jumped off the trail. As we're doing that, we find the best Bigfoot, and I'll say they're Bigfoot, or they were a human up there with 17-inch footprints. Well, what's kind of bizarre is the logging road was, 12, 15 inches of snow. Whatever this was parallel with the road as we followed the trackway. The ice and snow had been there for several days or weeks, and it had become compact, compressed. We walked over into the side, and we only went down a couple inches, and we're all grown men. Two of the guys were pretty heavy guys, and they weren't doing any damage to the snow or ice. Whatever this was compressed the snow down to within 1 inch or 2 inches of the ground. It was easily impressions that were clean toe marks and clean footprints in snow 15 inches. And then we noticed that the stride was 4.5 feet, clean, no drag marks. It was picking its feet up and putting them 4.5 feet in where they were this way. They weren't side by side like humans walk. This was a straight trail. We followed that trackway almost 1/8 of a mile, several hundred yards. It was as clean all the way from the time we found the first track to where they finally just disappeared. They stopped. We come to an opening that was easily 30 feet clearance. No trees, nothing. And they were in that, and they just that thing just vaporized, just vanished. Well, we made jokes. One of the guys said, well, maybe the aliens, the UFOs came and picked it up and took it up with them. I said, well, not much else makes any sense. Where'd this thing go that we've been following? And the tracks are here. And I said, it couldn't have stepped backwards and went all the way back to where we started and not leave some kind of other indication. I tried to replicate it because I'm 6'2" again. I was the tallest guy in the group, and I could barely get a 2-foot stride. And that was me stretching as hard as I could. And I was knocking the snow down. I was dragging my toe trying to get it out of I put my foot down in its impression, and I picked my foot up and tried to move it, and I couldn't do it. Since that time, Dr. Meldrum and the military has released a spray that you can actually make a cast in the snow. Back then, we didn't have anything like that. That would have been the best castings that we probably could have ever found. They were the cleanest tracks I've ever seen.
And yet, with all the chaos that high strangeness can bring, the ridge still harbors darker secrets, hiding in plain sight.
There have been some really unusual cases over the years that I've looked at. One in particular took place on North Connellsville Street in downtown Uniontown, a very populated area with, there's a Rite Aid store right there where this happened at. And a woman was driving on North Connellsville Street heading north, and there's a elementary school on the left, and as I said, the Rite Aid on the right. As she's coming on the parking lot, she sees what she thinks is a kid or a teenager running towards her vehicle, and it hops off this high wall at the elementary school, the middle school there on the left, and starts running right in the path of her oncoming car. And she's afraid that she's going to hit this thing, but she slows down to come to almost to a stop. This thing continues in the same pathway, and she realizes at that point it's not a kid, it's something upright. She called it a werewolf, and it continued towards her, and instead of hitting the front end of her car, it seemed to go towards the back of her car, and she said she watched it in her rear view mirror leap over the trunk of her car and continue into the Rite Aid parking lot and then running down this city street and disappeared. So she called Stan, called me, we went down and talked with her, met her in person, she took us right to the location. The only evidence we found to kind of corroborate her story is on her left rear quarter panel of the vehicle where she said this thing jumped was very large, fine scratch marks, almost like something that had a coarse hairbrush and kind of scraped the paint on it. And that's the only thing we found that might corroborate her story. But we went in and talked to the manager and one of the clerks there at the Rite Aid to see if maybe they had security cameras, because they did have them in the lots. And unfortunately, they were 24-hour loops, so they run, and if nothing happens, they just let them run. Nothing on film, nothing captured. They did tell us that over at the elementary school, middle school, a few years prior, that someone had seen a big black bear over there. But this woman insists that what she saw wasn't a black bear. It was upright the whole time on 2 legs, running very fast. And again, she didn't call it a Bigfoot, she called it a werewolf.
Dogman. Reports of these upright canids come from almost everywhere in the world, the Chestnut Ridge seemingly no exception. Whether or not the so-called arch-nemesis of Sasquatch is lurking in the shadows, or human perception is misidentifying other known creatures, remains to be seen.
I also think most dogman sightings are misidentified Bigfoot sightings. This dogman phenomenon is really recent. You know, aside from what Linda Godfrey has going on at Wisconsin, was maybe something on its own. I take a lot of flack for this because I think a lot of these dogman sightings that are seen are just misidentified something else. It's just something else now that's gotten this attention, becoming its own sort of cultural thing, and that's what people are jumping on. Bigfoot sightings are starting to go down a little bit. Dogman sightings are starting to go up. What is it? I think you got a Bigfoot that you think is a dogman.
So people see a variety of different things up here and have different experiences. The most common are the UFOs or strange lights, the cryptid creatures, the Bigfoot, the Dogman. There's been reports of black panthers submitted over the years and mountain lions. Strange flying creatures like thunderbirds have been seen frequently over this area and in the valleys of the ridge. The strange light phenomenon is just starting to become more and more reported in this area. I mean, we've experienced it. I've seen it myself firsthand, and we were getting more reports from other people out in the woods that are camping and hiking. The strange sounds that are reported, like booming sounds, or like a hum is heard in the atmosphere and reported around here, but we can't find an explanation for it. People have reported hearing, the only way I can describe it is like an underground factory working, where they can hear large machinery and equipment underground making noise, the ground's vibrating, they can hear the bangs, the clangs, the noise that's being heard. There's so many haunted locations up here, it's unreal. I mean, pretty much every business that I've looked into has something weird and unusual going on, whether it's a ghostly sighting or ghostly activity reported in it. I think I've collected maybe 30 or 40 locations on the ridge that have haunted experiences, ghosts, poltergeist activity reported. So as I said, it's a variety of weird phenomenon, and it just continues to go on year after year.
Yeah, I've been watching this for years, and there have been some mystery booms reported up along the ridge. One of the more recent mystery booms was December 31st of 2021. A lot of people talking about the intense boom they heard that afternoon. And I heard an audio recording of one that was recorded up in Indiana County, and it was very, very easy to tell how intense it was. So that's one that so far we have not found an explanation for. And in cases over the years, you know, back in the 60s, we used to call these skyquakes. And in the years since then, these things have been occurring, you know, over in Pennsylvania, but around the country. In more recent years, a lot more of these type of reports. Even in recent months, we're hearing more recent reports. Sometimes there's explanations. So sometimes in the wintertime, if you have the right freezing condition, you might have a frost quake. So, you know, I've been some cases around the country where they may have been attributed like a sonic boom from an aircraft. What we have had in the past is that on occasion we have a bright fireball meteor, an extra bright fireball meteor called a bolide, that at times can produce a sonic boom. So we had another case recently where the big boom that people felt and heard over quite a distance appeared to be that of a fireball meteor. So some of these are explainable, but some of these cases are not. And I've been kind of monitoring this more and more over the years and to see if there's any correlation with some of the other unusual activity going on. So far, I have not found enough data to support that.
While the origin of these monsters on the ridge is unknown, whether they come from another dimension or the dark corners of the forest, perhaps there is some reason for them to be here.
Now, one of the things we're also looking into with the dogman phenomena, when there's an electrical storm or when we've had several sightings of these creatures going into or close to electric power substation. Do these substations give off enough energy that something could come through them? Electrical storms, you know, energy ionization in the air. Could that cause some of these things to appear or to shapeshift?
One of the patterns I found years and years ago was that many close-range, low-level UFO sightings and many encounters with Bigfoot and other cryptids, they often occur in the vicinity of high-energy sources. So I have no doubt there's an energy connection to it. So you have many cases around high-tension power lines, power plants, radio towers, cell phone towers, gas lines, gas wells, bodies of water, railroad tracks. There's no doubt in my mind there's an energy connection, whatever we're dealing with.
Stan and I have found in a number of cases that we've investigated separately and together that sightings of especially the cryptids are taking place around gas well lines, power lines, water sources, windmill towers, cell phone towers, electrical lines. It always seems to be something that jumps out at us right away when we're investigating the territory. We'll happen to look over and see, sure enough, there's a gas well right there or a power line right there. I've had people report to me they've seen creatures standing literally on the opposite side or behind a gas well. And it's just kind of standing there, and they see it and it walks off into the darkness. It seems like an energy source. That seems to be a key component to a lot of these sightings. And if they're correlated or not, or if it's just coincidence, although there's too many to really seem like it's a coincidence. I don't know what the connection is, but there's a lot.
On State Game Lands 51, which is on the Chestnut Ridge, 4 guys, maybe 5 tops in our group. There was 3 groups, just like quarter-mile apart. Eric had called down on the radio and asked if Sean or I could go up with the group that he was with because we were familiar with the area. It was a full moon, so you needed no flashlight whatsoever. Sean said, I'll go up. So he started. I watched him walk up this pipeline. And then a couple of the guys behind me were hearing whoops. So I turned around and was paying attention to them. And they also had eye shine, self-illuminating. There was no light other than the moon, red eyes. And I'm concentrating on that down there. And I just happened to turn to look to see where Sean was at, and something stepped out 1 step from the wood line and was standing on the gas line. I couldn't tell if it was looking at the other group or if it was looking down at me, because all I seen was a silhouette. So I thought, well, maybe it's a deer. Well, I turned around to get the guy's attention behind me, and they were preoccupied with all the other stuff that was going on. I turned around, looked back up again, and it stepped back into the woods. So I called Sean and I asked him, I said, hey, are you at the top of the gas line? And he said, no, I've been up here for 15 minutes. So at that point, I turned around to try to get the other guy in the group's attention, Joe. I just turned around, looked back up the hill, and this thing crossed the gas line in like 4 strides. And the grass, I'm gonna say I'm 5'6", and the grass from the pipeline was up to my chest. Whatever it was about 4 feet above that grass, and it went across the pipeline on 2 legs.
The most active area that I've been to that continues to be active is an area up on the ridge in Fayette County over towards the Laurel Caverns. There is an area where they're constructing windmills and providing maintenance for the windmill towers. And in 2010, we received a report from this gentleman who was the supervisor for a night shift security team that would sit on the property to make sure that nobody stole any copper tubing or equipment or vandalized anything up there. And they reported for weeks on end that they would hear things coming from the woods, howls, screams, knocks, growls. One, for example, a guy was sitting in one of the porta-johns doing his thing in there, and he saw this huge black shadow walk by the pole light right between him and the pole light. Huge black upright form walk across the front door. He watched it, and he knows there was nobody on the property while he was there, and it freaked him out pretty good. I talked to another security guard up there who told us that he didn't believe in the phenomenon, and he thought it was all just a bunch of bunk. So sitting in his truck, he sticks his head out the window about 10:30, 11 o'clock at night and does a scream. And about 15 minutes later, something walked up behind the back of his pickup truck and roared at him, and that was enough for him to quit. He just off-site and left. The security guard supervisor told us that his crew was having these almost nightly encounters. And then finally, about a week before we were supposed to go up and meet with him and do an investigation at the site, he had told us that he was sitting in his car at the very front of the construction area, and he was watching the tree line just for people coming up and down the road. And he saw what he thought was a bear at first, kind of slinking along the ground, and it went over to a pole that had a board with all the boxes and equipment for the different sheds and offices that were there, and he saw something stand up, and it kind of leaned out and started looking at him from behind the light pole, and he was only 75 feet away. He said he could clearly see it wasn't a bear, it didn't have a snout, it had a flat face, it had arms that hung down well past its knees, and it was kind of rocking back and forth watching him, and that was enough to convince him what was up there at the construction site. And then eventually it backed into the darkness and just disappeared. He was pretty freaked out about that, so we made it up the following weekend to meet with him and meet with some of the security guards and to look over the area, which we did, and we had our own experiences at this location. And suffice to say, that's probably the most active I've had in Area B since I've been doing this. We heard wood knocks all around us all night long, screams and howls coming from multiple locations. I heard personally something very heavy walking through the forest and breathing, and that unnerved me because it wasn't your typical just somebody with heavy breath. This was enormous. Whatever was doing this had enormous lung capacity, and it was very, very large. I wasn't the only one that heard this. We had probably a team of about 20 people up there spread out in all four corners of the construction site, and all four teams had activity reported. They were hearing all the sounds. Eye-shine seen.
I was of the opinion from the cases I have been investigating that we're probably dealing with an unknown primate, some type of animal that science had never confirmed. But as we're getting into these series of incidents from widespread areas, some very, very strange things begin to come to our attention. And those cases have now continued for years and years since 1973, right up to recent months and years. And the indications are that we're dealing with something that's much, much stranger than an unknown animal.
Still, we are left with more questions than answers. When the web of mystery spans this far and wide, it can be difficult to see how it all ties together, and perhaps it may not. As humans, we are pattern seekers. Our brains reward us for the patterns that we discover in the world. And maybe we're seeing a pattern that isn't there, and trying to craft a narrative that doesn't exist, or it does. And it's hiding something far more sinister.
It was in August of 2001, and I'm an avid backpacker, and I was reviewing my maps, and I had seen that a particular trail crossed over an abandoned tunnel that was on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. I thought it would be kind of neat to find it if I could and go inside of it and see what it was all about. Maybe it was a road machinery type graveyard where they would take equipment and just store it, and I just thought it would be kind of neat to explore it. So I found the tunnel. The portals were open, but they were storing salt on the end that I went in. So a friend and I, we began walking along the top of the salt pile, which ran out after about 30 or 40 yards, and we got down onto the pavement where we could see the original yellow lines. We had lights with us that were pretty bright, but they didn't do much good because it was so hot outside and cool inside, and there was a fog, like your high beams in the fog. But what we thought was neat was the sound that was in there, because my friend's good at whistling by putting two fingers to his teeth and whistling real loud. So he had done that a couple of times, and just the sound, how it echoed in that tunnel, was really pretty incredible. I was just about to tell him to whistle again, and we heard a piece of wood fall. And I know the sound of a piece of wood. As a construction worker, I know what a plank sounds like when it falls off a lift or two of scaffolding and hits concrete or blacktop. It has a distinct sound. That's what we heard. We both thought it was kind of strange, being that there'd be a piece of wood in that tunnel, but brushed it off and didn't think much about it. So we continued walking on, and we heard this roar that sounded like a lion in the zoo. It would just had power to it and volume, and it came down the tunnel at us, this sound, and it went right through us. We just froze. I mean, we could not believe what we were hearing. It wasn't even something that I had to look at my buddy and say, "Did you hear that? No, did you hear that?" We both heard it, and our legs just took over. We got out of the tunnel and hit the sunlight and just kept on running. It really confused me because the tunnel, it was so long. It was over a mile, 1.3 miles, I think, and you could look at the far end and just see just the tiniest little pinprick of and that was the other portal. There was a way out on both ends. That's what made us really puzzled, because had that been a bear and we were intruding in its territory, I think that the bear would have gone out the other end of the portal, because that's where the sound came from, was further down the other end, or maybe even in towards the middle. It clearly, whatever it was, had a way to escape, and it didn't. It wanted us to know that it was there. In our opinion, there was nothing else that could have made that type of noise. Nothing else would have been in that tunnel. It was too creepy.
Speculation about Sasquatch hiding in subterranean caverns and old tunnels stretches back to the early days of Bigfoot research. Pioneers in the field, such as John Green, hypothesized that Sasquatch may use caves to hide from the forces of nature. And reports such as the Albert Ostman account imply a degree of habituation to caves. The state of Pennsylvania is littered with caves. With over 1,100 privately mapped caves, there are hundreds of pockets of cavern entrances that are inaccessible to most people.
So when we think of caves and we think of mines, the entire Chestnut Ridge is honeycombed with these kinds of things, both man-made and natural. The Chestnut Ridge is made up of limestone, one of the best places to find caves. And we can find cave systems around here that go from a couple of rooms to, some a little bit bigger, some a quarter of a mile, but some are also quite small as well. So if you would think that you are a self-aware creature and you wanted to get away from human contact very quickly, people have reported seeing Bigfoot out in the woods disappearing. One of my theories is that if this is a flesh and blood animal, one of the ways it disappears is by utilizing these caves or these mines just simply to get away.
There's a big cave system at the south end of the ridge, it's Laurel Caverns. I mean, that of course, they do tours, they take people in there.
Yeah, there's a lot of caving systems up there. Matter of fact, there's several caving groups that go up there and explore the caves. I believe on the ridge itself, for the 100-mile radius, there's over 30 caving systems. And of course, the Laurel Caverns on top of Skyline Drive in Fayette County, that's probably one of the largest caves. It's believed that caving system links to several other caves in the area. And I'm sure you'll talk to Ricky Chirby. He's explored some of these caves and gone into them. They're pretty deep and they go on for miles.
Once in a while, I'll travel down there, and I'm not too fond of snakes, so.
Yeah. What do you find when you go in it?
Nothing, just stuff people leave in there. And like I said, that one cave that I was in, it's called Barton's Cave. It's just an offshoot.
Near the Laurel Caverns, this was told to Ricky, and he was pumping gas at a gas station, and he has Bigfoot stickers on the back of his truck. And someone approached him and told him they were aware of a family of Bigfoot living on private property in this caving system right up on top of the hill from where the gas station was, which is a mile down the road from the Laurel Cavern.
The chances of that connecting to the Laurel Cavern in some way is fairly good, because where that property is reportedly at is only a few miles away. So chances are, if there is a cave opening on his property, it does connect. And the Laurel Caverns is a huge cave system.
Unfortunately, it's private property. We've never got permission to go on it, but we know the caves are in that area somewhere. we're hoping that if we continue to talk to locals in the area, they'll give us permission to go explore and see if we can find these caves.
Not quite sure the date, but it was probably around May 2010. I guess there were a couple coming down from Mud Pike. It was raining. I guess something on two legs come down off the bank, crossed the road, and went down over the other side. So they stopped and they got out with flashlights to kind of shine it down over the hill to see what they saw, and I guess another one come down off the bank. And I'm not 100% sure, but I think when they jumped back in their car and they gassed it, it never moved. They backed up and went towards it again, and I think, as far as I understand it, put its hand right on the hood. So that's probably all I know about that one, but I do know there was two of them there, and I've had several experiences right up the road from there. There's a cave that you can go in. Instead of rounding the corner to go to Laurel Caverns, you go straight down towards Quebec Run. And there's a trail called Rankin Trail. If you go down that trail and just veer to the right a little bit, if you blink, you'll miss this cave. And right before that trail, there used to be an old Winnebago RV parked in the field. And it's pretty much a frame now, but it was probably about 11:30 at night. I went up there, turned my truck around, and I screamed as loud as I could. Well, about 5 seconds after I screamed, something screamed back at me. It was real deep and guttural. And after that screamed back at me, something screamed at it, and it came from a totally different direction. So whatever screamed at me couldn't have made it that far in that amount of time. So I know there had to be at least two of something. You know, and it's not a sound that I have ever heard. I've heard owls screech and, you know, scream, and it wasn't anything like that, for sure.
So to think that a Sasquatch or a group of Sasquatch have, or any cryptid, has access to that cave system, maybe to part of it that isn't accessible via the tours, it would be a perfect habitat or hiding place for them. Could explain why they're seeing so much, but yet, you know, where do they go? That could be a plausible answer.
But there has to be other entrances and exits that we probably don't know about going into that cavern system. And it would make sense that if this is subterranean, uses these subterranean areas, that it has access that we just don't know about, right? It makes a lot of sense when you think about where the sightings are in proximity to this area and how they can access various points, you know, and disappear without a trace. You know, potentially maybe that's how they do it. There's nothing spectacular or paranormal about it. They just know the quick exit.
In the 1920s, there was a supposed cave-in outside of Indiana, Pennsylvania. And the miners that were trapped within that cave said that within minutes of the collapse, something came out of the darkness, to the point that one person was actually scratched and had evidence of these claw marks on him. That is the first and really only case that I've ever received involving an attack within a cave. If somebody is going to say that they've seen a Bigfoot on the Chestnut Ridge, they are necessarily having to say that they're seeing a Bigfoot around a cave because the caves are so numerous.
We did find, we made an interesting find ourselves, not necessarily reports that are given to us, but we made an interesting find a few years ago. Dwayne Pintoff was the first to discover it, and we explored this cave pretty significantly. It's not really easy to get into. You have to crawl on your belly and snake down through some different caverns and stuff, but at the bottom of the cave, Sean Dennis saw it, Dwayne Pintoff saw it, I saw it, hundreds of a variety of different types of animal bones. Deer, possum, raccoon, fox, squirrel, just piled up in this small cave area, and who knows what's living in the cave. I really don't know, but it was too small for a bear to get in, a big, like 300 or 400 pound bear. We could worm or snake our way into it, but that's the only thing I'm aware of. And we know where the cave is. We've been back up there a couple times. We've never seen anything come out of it or go into it, but something's living in it and something's eating pretty healthily in that cave.
In addition to the extensive cavern systems are the man-made tunnels and mines. The coal industry once boomed in the state of Pennsylvania, and while the rush may be over, the humanly constructed caverns remain, stretching deep into the mountains of the Keystone State.
Paul Johnson talked about it in his PA Bigfoot book, that there's hundreds of abandoned mines that even people don't know about, that better chance that they're coming from mines than from some of these smaller caves because they couldn't get in. Maybe if they could get in, though, opens up to a bigger cave. The mine theory is very interesting because why aren't people seeing them more? You know, and again, they can go into a mine, they can see, apparently they have very good night vision, they could see. Could account for some of the smell. These creatures are in those mines, deep in those mines. It does make sense. It does make sense.
One of the spots on the ridge, which is Dunbar, does still have an active mine that's in use. There have been historic sightings near that mine on that main road. There was a cluster of sightings right all around the same time. That is also where the Betty Knox area, or Betty Knox Road is, which is associated with a haunting, and there's also been Bigfoot sightings on that road as well. So, you know, the coal mining, you know, whether or not that maybe stirs up activity because of what they do there, it's hard to say. But there have been a lot of sightings down in Dunbar near that mine. And again, if, you know, depending on how far the mines go, if they connect to a cave system, if, you know, it could all be interconnected depending on, you know, it's hard to say.
It's up in Butler County. That there was a mine up there, up around Mars, PA. This would have been in the late 80s, early 90s. And there was a creature that was apparently close to this mine. They heard it and they saw it. But the interesting thing is they never saw prints going into the mine. Now that's one thing that, to the best of my knowledge, and I do not know of any Bigfoot prints leading into a mine.
During that 73 outbreak, when we had my teams out there responding to these cases, in some cases where we are in a close vicinity to a cave, for example, some of my team members, we would look around the cave, in some cases we went in those caves or mines. We never found any indication that anything was staying in there.
The obvious downside of caves or mines is that typically there are limited entrances and exits. An intelligent creature like Sasquatch may be wise enough to avoid cornering itself in the event of an attack. But if they don't live in caves, then where?
I went through the same area I had already gone through just a few days earlier, and suddenly I'm finding these shelters, is the best I can describe them. Very rudimentary, primitive built shelters. People are not allowed to stay there. Scouts, mountain, these primitive camping guys, they would be fined and in trouble if they would have been caught there for any reason. It's not saying homeless or anyone else hadn't built these shelters, but I found one that was the size of a pup tent. That was the best I can describe. Something had taken a full-grown tree, drug it out of the ground because the root base was up in the fork of another tree, and then they propped it across the ground, and then they took a series of different sized tree limbs and built a shelter. But if you're walking in on the main trail like I had come into the woods that day, you couldn't see it. I stumbled across it because when I was coming back out of the woods, I decided to take a different route out, and I stumbled across these three makeshift shelters that were all within about 50 feet of each other. One was no more than just a basic lean-to against another pushed over or fallen over tree, and then the other one was probably something 5 foot could crawl down in it. It was underneath of a fallen tree that looked like somebody or something had scooped out the ground and then laid all kind of camouflage something hiding under this tree. And then there was this one full-size canopy that I found, or shelter. As I'm walking around taking pictures and scoping this out and making sure there was no indication of human activity anywhere, and I found none, I crawled into this one shelter, and I wanted to see how large it was, because outside it looked like it might have been 5-6 feet long. Well, magically, when I scooted down and crawled in there, it was way larger than I am. I had plenty of room in this makeshift shelter. Well, when I come out of it, that's when I got this horrible feeling of dread, like something didn't want me there. And I mean, I got cold chills just the way it was feeling, and I don't ever get those kind of feelings. I walk all over those woods. This time I felt like I shouldn't be there. Something doesn't want me here, but what is it? I saw nothing. If it was there, it was either laying prone on the ground or behind a tree, and I just didn't happen to see where it was coming from. But I know after I got out there, I exited the woods pretty quickly, because I just didn't feel comfortable. I went back several times following that, and I never, ever had that feeling of dread ever again. The second time that happened was in 2013. Dairy Ridge, which is me and another researcher, found this massive boulder, 2 foot, it turned out it was sandstone, perched in the top of a 50-foot tall tree that was growing up between 2 outcrop rock precipices, and it was another 12, 15 feet above where we were standing. Something had heaved or placed this massive boulder that was 2 feet by 18 feet by about 2 inches thick. Well, we figured that to be a 65 to 90 pound boulder. We still to this day don't know how that ended up there. Well, as one of my trips down to go back and check the boulder, because that's what we were doing, me and Tom was his name. Well, this one time I went by myself, something had taken full-grown, massive trees, because there's another trail that I had never ever went down, and they had placed this massive X-shaped formation right across this trail. And I thought, well, that's never been here. What the heck? Then I found the arches that were tucked and twisted under other fallen limbs, and I found a 10.5 foot limb that had been broken, snapped, and twisted, and I'm like, something's been through here. So I headed down this trail just to see if I could spook something out or have anything else happen or find other evidence. Went all the way to the bottom, didn't see or find anything interesting. I'm coming back up, just me, slowly. Well, by coincidence, my cell phone goes off. Well, as I'm passing through, it's a cluster, a wall of rhododendron on both sides of me. I mean, the only thing I could see was the trail behind me and the trail in front of me. I could not see 2 feet to my left or right. So I stopped because I didn't want to lose the signal, and I answered the phone, and I'm talking to this guy, and I'm standing there for 2 or 3, 4 minutes, no big deal. I'm very comfortable because I'm talking to a friend. And all of a sudden I hear off to my left something walking. I knew it wasn't a deer because it was taking very slow, heavy steps. I told him, his name's Cliff. I said, Cliff, I don't think I'm alone out here. He said, what do you mean? I said, I don't know what it is, but something besides myself is here right now. I said, I'm gonna get off this phone. I'll call you back when I get up further up the trail, but I'm gonna get out of this rhododendron. So I'm standing there, and I did a 360. I just stood real still, and then I turned real slow. And I even yelled out, if you're there, make yourself known now, show me yourself, I want to know who you are. Well, it was dead quiet when that was happening. And then I heard a couple more steps, and then it's when the feeling of dread just come over me. And I'm like, what in the heck is this? Okay, I don't think I should be here right now. So I didn't want to run or nothing, I just casually walked out until I'm in a big clearing. And I stood and I turned around and watched where I'd just come from and saw nothing. But that's the only 2 times that I felt this very powerful feeling come over me, like, you need to leave now.
Stick structures are often hard to classify. Many bushcrafters and outdoorsmen may build blinds and lean-tos out in the woods for hunting or primitive camping. When abandoned, these forlorn-looking constructs can perhaps be mistaken for alleged Sasquatch shelters. On the other hand, legitimately strange structures have been found, such as the ones discovered at the nest site in the mountains of the Olympic Peninsula. These structures, by their very existence, suggest a sentient maker able to plan and build a complex design from completely natural materials. Animal mutilations, while typically associated with UFOs, have also been attributed to Sasquatch. Deer carcasses found torn apart and stored in trees 6 to 8 feet off the ground have been speculated to be food caches placed there by Sasquatch, behavior that seems reasonable for a sapient species.
These animal mutilations that people are familiar with out in the west part of the country, they're very rarely reported in this part of the country. We have very, very few reports of this type of activity here in Pennsylvania. I've had reports going back probably at least the 70s and the 80s of people who have seen these things chasing deer in daylight. carrying deer over their shoulders, things like that.
The animal mutilation, probably a food source, right? I don't think it's anything related to a UFO activity, but I'm not.
What about deer?
Deer, we've had some instances where they found some deers ripped apart, missing heart, missing vital organs that would provide, sustenance for a large creature. But I've not had any personal experience with them in conjunction with any UFO sightings, or do I know any?
I heard a very interesting report of unusual deer mutilation from the Laurel Highlands that happened in June of 2019. So this is not far from the Ridge area at all. Okay, and this was a businessman that had property deep in the woods. And from what I recall, early one morning, he was coming up his driveway and noticed something laying on the road. And he comes up and he's looking at the driveway, and here's this dead deer. But from what I recall, the top half of the deer, so the head, the front of the deer, was completely intact. The lower part of the body was completely missing. From what I recall, there was no bones, there was, I think, just a little bit of intestine, no blood. So the part of the body is completely intact, the other part is missing. I believe he came back about an hour later to clean up the mess, and when he came back, he was very surprised that now the rest of the deer body was gone. There was some intestines there, but there was no blood, no bones, and he thought this was one of the strangest things he had ever seen.
I heard of a case down in, I think it was South Carolina, where it killed a feral hog, a huge feral hog, just threw it over its shoulder. People have found deer tore up, which they think is not coyote or a bear that would eat a deer, but we have not, we personally, other than that one case in Washington County, we have not researched any up here.
I've received reports of people finding deer carcasses piled up that are not from hunters. The racks haven't been taken. Only certain organ meat has been taken.
I will tell you, I've got accounts of from an animal shelter of all places, where people had said that something was coming out of the woods, reaching over the fence and grabbing dogs and taking them with them. It seems to be habitual that the animal will come down and feed on something that was basically sitting there already fenced up for them, But in regards to other types of things, I have found carcasses of deer in trees before, far away from where normal people would be hunting. One of them, whenever I found the pelvis bone of a deer up in a tree, just by itself, as if it was almost as if it was if it were decoration. And then I found another deer that was pretty well torn apart. Now, there are coyotes in this area, so you have to be careful. But coyotes are not putting animals up in trees. Whatever was doing this, and it was high, it was over 6 feet high. So whatever was doing this, whether it was a person or what have you, there was a reasoning behind it.
They'll hunt coyotes, they'll use coyotes, they eat coyotes, they eat dogs. That's a delicacy. Yeah, I've heard them hunting coyotes. I've heard them kill coyotes. What they'll do is they'll start a call, and that'll set the coyotes off. And then the coyotes will sing and everything, and the Bigfoot troop hunters will come in, they'll zero in on the coyote's location. They'll choose one or two, and what you hear is the coyotes just calling and singing and everything and yipping, and then all of a sudden you'll hear a sudden yip. Silence. We found a body of one afterwards, and it was literally twisted like a dish rag. Twisted. What they'll do is they'll slit and they'll take the organs, the rich organ meat.
I had went up to the field in the edge of the wood line between the two farms and the cemetery, and was kind of just looking around to see if I could hear anything or see anything, and kept touching base with the people back at the base Just looking on the ground, I found a big ball of fur. And I radioed in and said, looks what is to be, a tabby cat. We were wondering where that thing went. We haven't seen it for a while. Well, it had a head, it had a tail, and it looked like something with two thumbs just twisted it like a wash rag and threw it on the ground. So I think something with thumbs had to have twisted that cat.
Well, I know about the cattle mutilations. That's been reported several years now. And I know the Skinwalker Ranch last year had the cattle mutilation, and they actually called in Linda Moulton Howe as the expert who has investigated numerous reports all across Nevada and Utah and wherever. Well, I haven't seen anything in the cattle, but I did have a personal where I encountered and found a very large hog, August of 2004. Again, this is when all this activity is supposedly happening, and it's in the same proximity of the road that we found the tracks on. There's a natural gas line that crosses this road, and it's very wide open. I get out of the car, and I walk over to the edge, and I'm looking down, and just off to the outer edge on the right side at the tree line, I see this massive black figure laying on the ground. But it's looking away from me, so I can't tell what I'm looking at. Is it a dog? Is it a bear? Is it a Bigfoot? I'm hoping. Well, the person I was with, I said, you need to get out and tell me what you see, because she could see good too. So she gets out and she's looking, I don't know, what do you think it is? I said, I can't make it out, but I'm going down there and I'm going to see if I can make out what it is when I get there. Well, before I did that, I grabbed up a handful of sizable driveway stones, and I flung them down there until I hit it, and I could hear it thunk, thunk off its hide. It had no movement. I said, whatever it is not of this earth anymore. I'm going down to check it out. So she said, I don't think that's a good idea. I said, just here's a camera, you film me, I'm going down. If I need you, you can stay here at the car. So I hiked down. It wasn't that far. It was maybe 100 yards, it was less than 100 yards. I walked down there, and as I got closer, I realized it's a hog, it's a pig. As I turn and get to the front of it, something looked like they had taken a surgical scalpel and cut its face completely off. It was gone. I mean, perfect. I have pictures of it. As freaky as that was, because the rest of the body was intact. Something had taken all the matter out of it. There was no brain, nothing in its head. Its skull was empty. That was kind of strange and freaky to me. So I took all these pictures and video, and she wouldn't come down, but I took the pictures to her, and then I called the game commission when I got back where I had cell connection, and I reported it, and they said, well, we don't handle farm domestic animals. We'll keep the report, we know the location, and if anyone reports a missing hog, we'll be sure to tell them where to come get it. And they also, one or two of the researchers said, well, that might have been some kind of sacrifice or Satan worshiping. I said, well, it's possible. Anything's possible. We don't know, but it's bizarre. We never found a full-grown hog dead in the woods with his face missing. So the next week I go up there, and this hog is gone. And you could not even tell it had ever been there. And it bled out all over the place. It was a mess. And we had not had any rain. But it was like something had completely cleared that area. And had you not seen it like I did, you wouldn't know it had ever been there. So I found that to be a very strange occurrence.
With so many animals disappearing, it's hard to believe that a single Sasquatch could be consuming all of them. However, if a group of Sasquatch were living together, the idea of killing and harvesting animals becomes more plausible.
There's a place called Millwood, which is right at the foot of the Chestnut Ridge, right outside of Derry. Whenever I've been interviewing a woman now, probably for about 20 some years, who claims that she grew up with a family of Bigfoot that inhabited, or at least visited, her orchard in the backyard of her home. She had claimed that whenever she was a child, these creatures would come out of the woods to feed on the apples, and she would play with the juvenile Bigfoot. Now, what is so interesting about this story is she's kind of giving a snapshot into the lives of these creatures. So they seem to be at least traveling in family pods of some kind. And if you start looking elsewhere, it seems that people do occasionally witness these creatures traveling together as families. But this went on until after she had children of her own. So she had said that these creatures were so habituated to her area and had no fear of her. There was a familiarity there that they would keep on visiting each other throughout the year.
If these creatures live in family groups, that would make Sasquatch a predator, bringing home food that is hunted or harvested. Most predators tend to err on the side of caution, knowing that wanton conflict can lead to fatal injuries, which would prevent them from hunting. Avoiding that, they will look for easy prey, and nothing is quite as easy as prey that's already dead.
So one historic report, and this is a number of years back, there was a woman who ran and jogged along the railroad tracks every morning. And she happened out one morning only to see what she claimed to be a Bigfoot picking up a deer carcass that was apparently hit by a moving train, picked it up, threw it over its shoulder, and wandered across the tracks up into the woods. And that location there is right next to a little village called Hillside. Hillside, in the 73 flap of UFO and Bigfoot, there were a number of sightings in Hillside. So it's, very close quarters.
Gray Station's an active train track, and if you think about that as a food source, you don't have to really expend a lot of energy going after food. Bigfoot, picks up the roadkill from the train kill or whatever and takes it for a quick meal. Like, that makes a lot of sense. And an area where there's a lot of activity. In that same area, in the 70s, a Bigfoot reportedly shook a trailer and ripped the electrical box off it. So there's some really, those are two of my favorite sighting reports.
I could tell you a story that we were part of in 2003. We were on, my son and I, along with several other members of the PA Bigfoot Society, were at Gray Station, Westmoreland County. There was a railroad track in back of us, and we were overlooking a field which had a history of Bigfoot sightings. So some of our members were there, and other members were at another place further down, much further down this railroad track. Because one of the things that they were saying there is these the trains were hitting some of these deer, and they were dead deer, and these Bigfoot would come and feed on the deer. So we're sitting there, my son and I, and he just happens to look over his shoulder and back of us. He said, "Dad, that star looks like it's moving." So I turned around, and it actually was in one position, and it quickly moved like that. And we were both just sitting there, like stunned. I mean, normal star, it'll shimmer a little bit. This thing went boom. So I happen to have a spotlight. I says, I'm going to try to spotlight this thing. I'm going to put a spotlight on it, see what happens, because I have heard that people do that. They have interaction with them, okay? So I turn and hit it with my spotlight 3 times. They say hit it 3 times. Boom, boom, boom. The third time, disappeared, and it appeared back over here for maybe 20, 30 seconds. And it was star-like. It was shimmering. It was star-like, but it wasn't a star. And then it disappeared. So we're sitting there, we're looking at it. We weren't even looking at the field, right? There could have been 17 Bigfoots out there. We weren't looking because we were looking at this thing. And we waited. We were there another hour and a half with nothing. I mean, I kept looking, where'd it go? It wasn't a star. If it was a star, it still would have been there. Nothing. What was that? Another time was on up in Rockton Mountain, which me, Dave Rupert, and several other researchers were up there. And Terry had gone back with Carrie Rupert to their house, and we look, and it was a light. It was like a yellow bluish light. And I'll tell you what, it did some maneuvers I've never seen a light do. It kind of dropped in a pattern like this, and then it went and zipped up. It would zip back, twirl, and it was fairly far up, but we could all see it. And we watched this thing for about 20 minutes, and it eventually just disappeared, and it didn't come back. Now we knew, again, it wasn't a star because we were sitting there, and a star would have reappeared. It just didn't. It just disappeared. So whether it be star-like, My wife and I saw two triangle craft in Beaver County, 97, right around Halloween. They made a kind of like a movement like this twice over the river, which our friend Evelyn saw. We saw this in Beaver County, Hopewell, Beaver County. She saw it in Swickley across the river, same time. And then they floated over us, and they were silent. They weren't up that high, they were silent. They had 3 lights, 1 in the middle, and then lights all in the middle, like a Christmas tree. And they didn't make a sound. If we weren't looking up, we would not have seen them. And there were kids in their Halloween costume just looking at this thing. Just looking at it, and again, you did not hear it. You did not hear it. And there was 4 eyewitnesses, myself, 5 with my son, my little son. There was 5 plus all of these kids. And we found out later from a gentleman that we know that the 911 center that in Aliquippa got like over 200 calls. People were seeing this. I believe these might have been government craft. I did see one drawing very similar in one of my UFO books with the lights underneath. And if they are indeed ours, I'm glad they're ours, because those things could have went over a foreign nation. They were low enough they could have dropped bombs and they would have been out of there. It wouldn't have hurt them.
The Chestnut Ridge harbors many secrets, but one inescapable recurrence is the presence of UFOs in proximity to Sasquatch, whether it be before or after a sighting, or even the two being observed at the same time. While many scoff at the supposed connection between the two, a significant portion of reports of Sasquatch include UFOs, and vice versa, a portion large enough to warrant further objective investigation. This, of course, does not prove or support the conclusion that Bigfoot is an alien. There is merely an evident correlation between these beings and unidentified lights. As it stands, the true nature of the UFO phenomena is unknown. Perhaps these aerial anomalies are not extraterrestrial or interdimensional in nature. Perhaps the truth is far more terrifying, that these craft are actually from us.
There have been some cases over the years where I guess you'd call mystery men, speculating may have been government, were interested in some cases I worked on. But the 2 cases that really come to mind would have been from 1973 during that big wave. Down in Derry Township, on this particular day, I was down with my team that evening at Hermione, PA. And while we're there, I get a call from the 911 center of the radio system, and I heard it on the monitor in my car. They were requesting me to send a team up to Derry Township. They just had an incident in this large mobile home community, and the police were on the way there. Well, we left there. It took us a while to get there. We arrived on the scene. When we got there, the police officer had already been there. He found some possible tracks. He preserved the tracks for us. When we got there, we found out that his family's in their mobile home. They heard like this baby crying sound from outside the back of their trailer. Something was scratching on the backside of the trailer. They had a dog outside, but the dog wouldn't bark. It was like whining very low, like it was very, very scared. And they opened up the back door, and here's this very tall, dark, broad-shouldered creature that runs between a few of the trailers, and other people see it. My team gets there, we're interviewing the people. We found that the main electrical power line that went under the ground to the trailer had been ripped up out of the ground. So that's an interesting energy connection right there. So here's the rest of the story. I believe it was 4 days later, as I recall, I get an emergency call from an operator, and the person who was involved in that incident was trying to reach me. I was on the line, was very busy, calls coming in. The operator broke in and said, I have an emergency call for you from this person, needs to talk to you. I took the call, and she said, I was trying to reach you, but I think I may have done something wrong. And I said, well, what do you mean? She said, I've been trying to call you. I found some possible hair samples out where the thing was standing. I wanted to give them to you. And she said, this man showed up with an Ohio license plate, kind of heavy set. I think it was kind of in a gray, like a work clothing type thing. I remember odd belt, had some kind of an ID badge around it, something about UFO. And he wanted to interview her about her Bigfoot sighting. And she told him, she said, I've been trying to get hold of Stan Gordon. I have these hair samples. And he said, oh, I know Stan. Give them to me and I'll make sure he gets them, which he did. Well, whoever that guy was, we never found out, and I never saw the hair samples. But there was more to the story. There were other people there who were curious, who were looking at the footprints around her mobile home. And there was one little boy, and he had one of those old Polaroid cameras where you put the cartridge in and the picture comes out. He was taking pictures of that, and he grabs the picture from the kid, wrinkles it up, and says something like, you made a picture for us, and puts it in his pocket. Then he goes over in front of the people, and with his foot destroys the footprints. And these people start screaming, and they said, we're calling the police. And they said he got in his vehicle, got out there so fast, they almost turned the car over. Who he was, we never found out.
Encounters with men in black go back a very long time. Since the 1940s, witnesses of UFOs claimed to have been visited by people dressed entirely in black, ill-fitting clothing. Typically, these men will attempt to harass or intimidate the witnesses, sometimes telling them not to discuss what they had seen. Oftentimes, these meetings are unnerving, if not terrifying. While no one knows for sure who or what the men in black are, the prevailing theory is that they are government agents sent to suppress information regarding the phenomena.
So there's a junkyard outside of Derry, Pennsylvania, where two teenagers reported seeing a Bigfoot. They hurried back, told their family, hey, we saw a Bigfoot in this junkyard. They took their parents back, and they indeed also had the same experience. They saw this Bigfoot. The next day, two men wearing black suits showed some sort of government ID, were asked to enter the house, sat down with the boys, and the boys were told in no uncertain terms that this is no longer going to be discussed, that they did not see anything whatsoever.
They are intent on suppressing information on UFOs or Bigfoot by nefarious means, even going so far as to imply that they are someone else. For example, during the infamous 1966 Mothman flap in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, reporter Mary Heyer was visited by a man who claimed to be a friend of Gray Barker, a prominent Fortean researcher of the time. The man asked many questions about John Keel, questions that Heyer refused to answer. Later, one of the witnesses that Keel interviewed was visited by a blonde-haired woman who claimed to be Keel's secretary. This was news to Keel, as he did not have a secretary. These cases of men in black are markedly strange. As per Keel's reporting, they asked witnesses personal questions about family background, took unsolicited photographs of people, including Keel and Ms. Heyer, and often seemed disoriented and even perplexed by everyday objects such as ink pens.
So we talked about that famous case October 25th, 1973, out in Fayette County with the UFO on the ground with two Bigfoot. For important cases, we'd keep in touch with some of these people who had important cases over the years just to see what had happened in their lives, anything else would happen. Years later, we'd go back and talk to the witness and think of that possibility and suggest to him we're considering maybe doing hypnosis. He looked at my associate and I very oddly, and he said, why do you want to hypnotize me again? And we said, what are you talking about? He said, yeah. He said, probably it was about a week or two after it happened. Now, my teams have been up there many times after that incident happened. He thought somehow that these two fellows that showed up were somehow related to my group. The problem was, One was in an Air Force uniform, the other was in a dark suit. The fellow with the Air Force uniform had a briefcase. He said at the time, they came to him, they wanted him to explain everything that happened that night, what he saw, what the Bigfoot looked like, what the UFO looked like, and then the Air Force guy opens up his briefcase and pulls out photographs of UFOs and Bigfoot and wanted him to point out what looked similar. And he said at that point, they asked if they could hypnotize him, which apparently they did. When they were done, they said they believed he was telling the truth. They believed the story. They would be in touch. That was the last he ever saw them. And of course, we tried to track it down, but you got to remember now, that's 1973. The Air Force Project Blue Book had closed down officially in January 1970. So there was no records to be found, whoever they might be. So whether they were government or somebody else, we'll probably never know.
Project Blue Book was the United States Air Force systematic study of unidentified flying objects. The project was started in 1947, just after the famous Kenneth Arnold sighting in June of that year, as well as the Roswell incident a month later. Whatever the reasoning, Blue Book was officially terminated in 1969. The U.S. government had seemingly ended its study in the UFO world. In 2017, the U.S. government officially acknowledged ATIP, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, an unpublicized effort to study UFOs, or, as they have been rechristened, UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. The program was terminated in 2012, 5 years before the government acknowledged it, leading many to speculate about how much more they were keeping secret from the public. It is important to note that reports of Men in Black predate the formation of Blue Book and continued after its termination. While the classic look of the Men in Black is not reported in present-day cases, a different form has emerged, a more tactical look. Soldiers and advanced military equipment are seen within days of encounters with Sasquatch or UFOs. If the Men in Black were part of a government suppression of the truth, could these military forces be a modern-day iteration of them?
I've also had reports from researchers that have been out in the woods, miles out in the woods, and come across military troops in the woods, doing whatever, stakeouts or whatever they would say. And also the idea of black helicopters around areas that are frequented by UFO investigators.
The only thing that I've heard about happened a number of years back, and there was a couple of researchers that were out in the ridge, and just by chance they happened across, from what they said, were a group of military people in uniform marching through the woods. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe they were armed. So what they were doing, nobody knows.
I was told by these 3 other researchers who I'm friends with, they had come up to the Quebec Run Wilds in Forbes State Forest following my event with the orb, with the orange probe or whatever you want to decide it is. And during the middle of the weekday, early morning, they said that they were riding down this Quebec road in the rain. It wasn't a proper day for anyone to be out in the woods for. And as they first exited the blacktop paved road onto the dirt road, they discovered there was this cargo pickup truck with a personnel carrier on the back, and guys were at the back of the truck taking out backpacks, large backpacks, and they were in military camo fatigue, but they weren't standard issue. They were blue and other colors. Nobody was observing my friends. They ignored them as they drove by. So they went another 100 yards and there was another truck equal exactly. I mean, these were very swanky looking pickup trucks. And they just kind of threw their hand up and drove by this. Well, they continued on down. They were going to a location. They had a destination, a trailhead, that they wanted to go back and examine another incident where Bigfoot allegedly had been surrounding 2 guys at a campsite within a week of the time they arrived. And that was her whole mission, to be up on this location. So they continued a little further and they saw a third truck. Same activity, same looking type of camo fatigues that they were wearing and putting on these extremely large backpacks. And they went on down. Now they're talking, what's going on? Why is these military looking guys? They were thinking it was something to do with the Game Commission, because this is a state park. And they figured it was either state rangers or something. They didn't know it was military. There was no insignias on the truck. There was no indication of what these people, who they were. When they got to the parking lot where their destination was, there was another truck sitting there and the same 2 or 3 guys getting on their backpacks. That's when they realized the driver was a civilian. So they pulled up kind of close to the truck. And one of the guys, he said, I'm going to go find out what's going on. So he gets out, and the other 2 sat there and watched. He goes over to the driver and he says, hey, what's going on? Why are you guys here? Well, the guy, he said, this is a camp of the Army base in North Carolina, Fort Bragg. And he said they've been down in West Virginia doing training exercises, and they're going to do map navigation in Quebec Run. And when I was told this, I said, why? This is an old area. It's got plenty of maps existing. Everyone knows the trails are very visible, very well marked. And why is the military from North Carolina sending personnel up here to Pennsylvania? Well, we didn't know what. They didn't explain any of that to us. So as these guys are getting their backpacks on, these 3 people I knew were watching them. Well, there was 2 marked trails right by where their truck is. Instead of going either one of those marked trails, they just went into off trail. They just went up into the woods and disappeared. So my friend said they went on down the trail, went to the location, did their research and analysis of the area, didn't find any information, came back, and there was no military trucks anywhere 45 minutes later.
In addition to ground forces, another aspect of the Men in Black phenomena has emerged in recent years.
I've seen a couple of very large Black Hawk helicopters fly over an area where we were doing research during the day. And I know there is a base around here somewhere. I just don't know where it's at, but I think we witnessed 3 or 4 flying in a formation.
I've seen military helicopters circling over my head when I've been over there in this Dunbar area, in this Forbes State Forest area. And you get an uncomfortable feeling when something as big as a Apache helicopter is flying over your head in circles and then flies away, and it doesn't look like your ordinary standard military helicopter. It's all black.
In 2018, I was on a road trip to the state of Maine, and on the way there we had an indirect route to get up there that took us on Route 70 across what's, I guess it's not like the southernmost end, but it's a more southern end of the Chestnut Ridge. You're somewhat close to Uniontown and that kind of area. But we're actually on a 4-lane highway, a big stretch of Route 70. Actually, we're coming up over the ridge on 70. And as we were starting down in the distance, we could see a black helicopter real low to the ground, real low to the highway coming toward us on like right above the highway, right down the middle. And I made a statement about, is that a helicopter directly over the road? And the person with me said it was. And the further along we got, the clearer it became that what we were seeing was some sort of large military helicopter. What was really strange is, so this was maybe 50, 60 feet above the highway. It was that low. When we got fairly close to it, it went up and then banked over the side of the ridge. And as it went, what was strange was that the side door of the helicopter was open. And again, this is a situation where the person that was with me said she saw nobody in the helicopter, but my recollection is that I saw people in the helicopter. So,
black helicopters. In the early 1990s, as Americans were becoming acquainted with names like Groom Lake, Area 51, and Bob Lazar, the intimidating presence of black unmarked helicopters in national airspace was reported with growing frequency. Initially linked to both UFO sightings and cattle mutilations, the aircraft were quickly co-opted by conspiracy theorists in service of New World Order narratives. In short order, the term black helicopters was greeted with the same contempt little green men once received. However, public eye-rolling did nothing to slow the inconvenient appearance of stealth copters over desolate areas where unexplained incidents transpired. Their impossibility, the perfect cover for unimpeded activity. In this regard, they are indeed analogous to Men in Black, an extra layer of weirdness that works to keep witnesses silent.
Over the years, I've heard different people talking about black helicopters being involved with UFO incidents. I can tell you this, 1972, I mentioned about an incident happening outside of Greensburg, but there have been a lot of other UFO incidents going on for months in other parts of the area. One thing that was going on in Westmoreland County, we were getting reports from various people for weeks of formations of luminous spherical objects in the sky and some type of metallic material falling at times from these objects. So we were getting out to some of these locations and we recovered some of that metallic material. For a better term, we call it space grass. John Keel talked about finding something similar back years before. There was one incident up on the Backley side of the Chestnut Ridge. People had found this metallic material, this residue in the trees, in the branches, on the ground, and it came down in clumps. So we recovered that material. And over the years, I had various professional labs examine it, and we know what the material was made of. It was almost 100% aluminum, most of it. But nobody could identify what this was or what the purpose was. And these were thousands of strands of this very thin metallic material, all interwoven together. So it didn't disperse like a radar shot, it came down in clumps. During that time, there were quite a number of reports of military helicopters in those areas, but they weren't black. These are more like Apache-type helicopters, as I recall.
But for what purpose does the U.S. military, and by extension the government, want to discredit or suppress discussion of the sightings? Some speculate it could be to protect large industries such as mining or logging, to promote a sense of safety in our society, sending the message that the things that go bump in the night are only stories for children and need not be taken seriously, thereby maintaining a type of control over the populace. Or perhaps they are hiding the existence of other dimensions.
During like the mid-70s, you started to read in UFO Report, you started to read about Bigfoot sightings in conjunction with UFOs. Interdimensional kind of took place about in the 80s. John Keel talked about like the ultra-terrestrials, the Mothman, and how he talked about the ultra, some kind of an earth energy, earth force that can manipulate shapes, manipulate what you see. So did they have anything to do with UFO occupants? Some of them seem to be more oriental in color, and some of them seem to not know things like how to use a spoon. I know it happened down Point Pleasant during the Mothman sightings. They might not be physical creatures on Earth.
You've got some of these things that they look physically solid at times. In other cases, these things, part of the body's in focus. In other cases, you can see parts of the body that are not clear, or sometimes they give you that misty effect. Sometimes they're going from a solid thing and have the more non-solid appearance to them as well.
For many, the suggestion of an alternate dimension seems like a cop-out. To explain away mysteries with other mysteries, or in other words, explaining the unexplained with the unexplained, seems far too convenient. Combine that with countless internet forums that suggest wildly outlandish theories as to what these other dimensions are, and one finds themselves tossing the whole concept away. Nevertheless, the works of many Fortean researchers explore the concept of other dimensions sometimes referred to as the goblin universe. John Keel hypothesized that everything considered paranormal by a modern person, from UFOs to Mothman to ghosts and cryptids, is connected. They all emanate from the same source. What that source is unknown. Keel even goes so far as to suggest that religions are based on our collective awareness of this force, and a result of our attempt to make it understandable. This phenomena has taken different forms over the centuries, from dragons to fairies, Egyptian gods, to aliens from different planets. It was Keel's belief that these manifestations influence our society, pushing us in a direction it wants us to go. Many people may be content with turning the other direction, but others are fascinated with trying to discover this force's true nature.
Well, we are at the site called Livermore, which used to be an old town. It was pretty prosperous in the 1820s. That's whenever it started. The canal came through here, which was very, very important. It linked Philadelphia to Pittsburgh, and it kept on going. This was a prosperous town as well, too. It had a hotel in it. It was big enough to have its own baseball team. And then May of 31st of 1889, the first Johnstown flood came through. Then there was another one in the 30s, the St. Patrick's Day flood. That kind of really sealed the deal for this. The Army Corps of Engineers bought everybody out, raised the town down to nothing, and then flooded the towns out. This is one of those unique areas where when we come down here, something always kind of happens, you know. So it's kind of like the perfect spot for anything paranormal. So there's been sightings of Bigfoot-like creatures down here since the 1950s, UFO reports, dogmen reports, and of course a cemetery up there, so they're haunting. So this is like the perfect storm for all these kind of things. And as an investigator, bringing my son out, we don't know if we're dealing with something supernatural or something, you know, flesh and blood. So when we come out here, we kind of cover all aspects. So we'll bring EMF readers to see if there's any kind of change in the electromagnetism of the area. Or what we started to use too is spirit boxes, you know, to see if there's any kind of responses. And we were out here, you know, several months ago. We were actually on the other side of that bridge right there. Strange things were happening. There was a lot of noises. So we decided that we were going to utilize the spirit box and see what happened. So
we were using the spirit box, and the question was asked, what is down here? And we got clearly over the spirit box, Bigfoot.
Yeah.
And now this was
immediately,
a sweep over 3 different frequencies.
Yeah. And that was one of the first things. So whenever that happened, things started to get a little bit more weird, because you would think, okay, that's like an anomalous thing that could have happened. But as we started back towards the vehicle, we saw in the woods, which would appear to be almost like a campfire, right? Is that how?
A campfire, what would have looked like a lantern almost, up on the hill, actually right over there.
Yeah. But it was blocking the trail,
it was,
right?
yes.
Yeah. So we thought, well, there has to be people there, what have you. So as it took our time to walk up to where the fire was, the fire just went out, but
there was a tree over the trail.
That's right where the fire was burning. No sign of the fire, no smell, no embers, nothing like that. And then as we were examining the tree,
we heard from coming up from the cemetery, there was almost like a chanting noise.
Yeah.
There was 2 different groups, and we were up further towards the car, and my dad and another person was down closer to the road, like down on the path, and we both heard a chanting. It was clear as day. There was something, and it seemed to be coming almost towards us from the woods.
They were definitely female voices. Female voices. Indistinct. You could hear that there was a pattern of language going on, but you couldn't make out the noise. And as they came closer, like any good investigator would do, we simply took off.
Paranormal investigators swear by EMF readers. But do they actually work?
It stands for electronic magnetic field. And it is said that we're all made up of some kind of energy. And when we die, that energy is released back into the atmosphere. So when spirits interact with it, that is their energy that is being picked up. And
as a ghost hunter, that's what you would want to sell, okay? That's your mantra, okay? So this is going off, something's affecting it, so there has to be a ghost around me. But in our way of thinking is, there's something in the environment that we're not seeing. It could be electromagnetism from the geology of the place as well too. It doesn't have to be spirit related, but all we're pointing out here is that with the EMF detector, we are picking up things that shouldn't be being picked up, whatever's causing that manifestation of this particular energy.
And a lot of it could also, like I said, be with the Appalachian Plateau. There was a lot of coal mining. There was a lot of stuff being brought
Limestone,
from
granite,
the earth.
yeah, exactly.
That could have even caused this to cause the EMF to go off. That maybe also heightens why there's spirits around.
I think that's a great point, because when we were walking up here, we talked about how this used to be called, you know, the River of Otters, right? The first people that settled this area came here for trapping, right? Now this river is dead, and the reason why it's dead is the leaching of sulfur from the mines in there. So really, everything that we have done to this environment around us has been, you know, it's been man-made. The reason why this place has been destroyed is because of men. And I absolutely adhere to that. I think that what we have done is we possibly could have released things into the environment that shouldn't be there.
An electromagnetic frequency reader will tell you exactly that, whether there is an electromagnetic signal present or not. That information is limited and by no means the most complete. Sometimes the best tool for experiencing this phenomena is with one's own eyes.
A lot of people don't want to talk about certain things, and I understand, whether it be different, you know, religions, non-religion, maybe they're just scared, but there are so many stories that are so real that need to come out in Chestnut Ridge. And that's why I'm here today, to let people know this stuff is real. This stuff is not made up. So the legend, it's real. And I was just coming up from work, and it's a recreational little area, you know what I mean, just beautiful, beautiful forest, beautiful woods, nothing but peace and quiet. I don't have electricity, it's just raw relaxation, which is great. So, sorry, this is just, it's very terrifying. We pulled in to the gravel driveway, and my friend got out. He went into the makeshift little cabin that we had over there, and I got out, and it was dark except for seeing, like, you know, you have your bright moonlight shining down on everything. I'm standing just right straight, like, you know, like say the road is right there, like right where you are. And then there's two trees that are split off. So I'm looking right there, and it's pretty dark. You can only see a silhouette. That's all I saw. And two huge, huge red, they look like stoplights. They were glowing. I've worked with wild animals. This is not stoplights. It's not panthers. I know, because I was trying to debunk anything I could figure, but I was so nervous and I was so terrified. It stopped and looked at me approximately about 5 to 7 minutes. Then it turned, and I couldn't see anything, so I figured it might have just, whatever it was, it turned. Then it looked at me again, but it was shaped like this. And that's all I could see, because it's so dark in the woods. Just that moonlight shining on that, and these two huge round eyes. It was terrifying. And then it turned around another approximately 5 to 7 minutes. It looked at me again. So I'm like, okay, you're gonna look at me, I'm looking at you. You know what I mean? I used to do security work, so I'm trying to figure out what the heck this is. I felt something come over me. I felt so sick. I mean, it felt like worse than flu. I was nauseous, something stunk. I smelled like rotten eggs, you know, and I wasn't smelling this before. It was not sulfur. I would have been smelling it the whole time. So I'm trying so hard to debunk and figure out what this is. Next thing I know, after all that had happened, and I was just like doubled over and I couldn't get it out. I'm like, help, help. I couldn't get my voice out. Nobody could come out. No one could hear me. Then I saw like this foggy stuff. Literally, it just dissipated down the road, 653 East, right straight down, like you're gonna go towards town. And then after that, there was like nothing else, and I'm trying to get my body to move, and I was terrified. And then after that had happened, there was some people from, because I had never been to one of these before, this Brownsville, Pennsylvania, like a Bigfoot kind of festival going on.
I said, okay, no one's going to believe me, but I'm going to try and explain this because something had happened. I don't understand what that was, who that was, why this happened to me. Well, anyways, so I went over and I met this person named Les Odell. I sat down inside this pavilion and he was at a picnic table. He talked to me and I appreciate that. People need to at least listen. You can believe us and you can not believe us. That's your choice. I respect that. But at least hear the person out. He respected me. He came out. Going back, we both drew this same figure and then we turned around and he goes, do you know what you just drew? And I said, no, because I'm not familiar with all this stuff. I know medical stuff. You know what I mean? And he said, you saw the Mothman, and that was a sign of some things that were supposed to happen. Well, I wish this Mothman could have told me lots of things, you know what I mean? Because I was in an accident, like, later on, and he thinks some things might have been linked and also something having to do with, I think his father's passing. He said something wanted you to, to see them. Because it didn't hurt me or anything. But I didn't know it was not going to hurt me. So I'm like trying to figure what I'm seeing out of that. But I was feeling nauseous, sick after this. I went to next after that to an IHOP meeting, those restaurants IHOP, and there was a lady named Lisa Blackwell. Well, I figured, okay, I'm still sick. I've gone to a doctor. They tell me that they can't figure this out. But she did something, and I said, well, why not? I'll let you do this. I actually felt something come out of me, and I'm not nuts. I'm totally fine, don't drink, don't do drugs, don't smoke. I'm not boring, I like the nature. I like kayaking, swimming when I get a chance. I knew something was wrong with me. I felt her going like this. I know it sounds weird, but that's what happened to me. I sat there and it was a cleansing, I found that out. She must have had some special power? I don't know. All I know is what I felt. And I just cried and cried after I felt something go whoosh and leave my body. And I had tingling all over my arms. She said, you must have had some kind of weird something, an entity or some kind of something. Because I wasn't sick after that. I mean, I don't understand. Something came out of me.
The typical Mothman narrative begins with the shadowy winged creature arriving in Point Pleasant in 1966 and disappearing in 1967 after the collapse of the Silver Bridge. In reality, sightings have continued to the present day, most recently making headlines in 2017 when a flap of sightings occurred near Lake Michigan. Many witnesses report a feeling of dread overcoming them, or in very rare instances, positive feelings of safety and affirmation. One of many criticisms of the field of Forteana is the quote-unquote lack of consistency in reports. And certainly in the more paranormal realm, witness experiences tend to be highly subjective. But there are a few sightings that have independent corroboration.
There was one in Brady's Run State Park, which is in Beaver County. This is one where a gentleman was laying in his hammock and he heard crashing through the woods, like something was busting trees. He gets up from the hammock and he sees this white, about 7 foot tall creature standing next to a limb, and he was holding on to the limb, and it saw him, and then it went back into the forest. Now they have baseball fields there. So another report that we got, it wasn't of a white one, but some guy was walking his dog towards evening, and his dog starts barking violently, and they heard some screams coming from those baseball fields. And those baseball fields were maybe 300 yards from where this white creature sighting was. A week after that happened, this woman was letting out her dog. The dog, it was doing its business, it stopped and it started to sniff and look into this one area. And the woman looks and she sees this white creature standing next to this tree. And she said it looked more like a Pyrenees dog. And we got this in a couple. It was white, but the hair kind of covered its eyes, which is an unusual feature, which we found that out in the one case in Beaver Creek State Park along a horse trail. And the other woman who saw it was right in Beaver County, which would have been maybe 4 miles as the crow flies. She had 2 sightings of a white creature in 20 years now, not real soon. But so I asked her, I said, would you like to talk to the other witness? And I asked them both, because you don't give out eyewitness information. And they both agreed to meet. And unfortunately, the day they agreed to meet, we had something we had to do. I couldn't get out of it. And when they both met, because I talked to both of them afterwards, they said, we saw the same thing. After over 20 years, we saw the same thing. It had the hair, it was about 7 foot tall, it was all white. It had the hair over its eyes. I mean, again, I had goosebumps down my arm, because here's two people that don't know each other. They claimed, they said this was the same thing.
Despite the variances between sightings, there seems to be one recurrent trend: fear.
Most are in shock, like they can't believe what they just saw. They've never had a belief in it, never had I'm sure they might have heard the stories because that's pretty commonplace around here, but they never really believed it was real until they had their experience, and then afterwards they're in shock and they're trying to figure out what they saw and getting answers. I've had people that have never had a belief become full-fledged researchers just because they saw it, they want to know more about it, they want to see it again, they want to find out everything they can about it, so they start researching through books and going out into the woods at night to try to have experiences. And yeah, there's been people that have had their lives literally turned upside down. We met with a woman and her daughter that had a sighting in 2009 by Camp Carmel. It was basically a power line sighting where they stopped at the top of the hill, were looking down into the power line. They heard noise rustling. They were thinking it was a deer coming out of the trees, and this creature walked out, crossed the gas well line, and disappeared into the power line into the trees on the right. And it messed up the girl so badly that when we went back the next day, the mother was like, yeah, I'll show you where it happened. The daughter wouldn't get out of the car. In the car by herself, locked all the doors, and she was shaking. You could see her literally shaking in the back seat of the car. She was like, that happens quite frequently, where people just have such an adverse effect from what they saw that they shut down. They don't want to go back out in the woods. They don't want to talk to anybody about it. They just want to forget about it. They put a mental block on, and that's all she wrote. They won't tell you about it, even if you try to coerce them or calmly talk to them and say, it's okay, I'm not going to make fun of you, I'm not going to ridicule you. They just don't want to talk about it. They don't want to relive that.
People grow up being told that monsters don't exist. And when they come face to face with one, their entire worldview changes. For many, this is an uncomfortable and unwanted perspective shift, one they would prefer to forget. But a tiny fraction of witnesses will pursue what they saw. No longer content with their old view of the world, they are pulled towards these creatures in a quest for the truth. Some have dedicated decades of their lives to this seemingly endless pursuit.
I've spent now over 62 years involved in this case. I've been out since 1965 in the field investigating. I've interviewed thousands of UFO witnesses, hundreds of Bigfoot and cryptid witnesses. I can just tell you, my ideas and thoughts have changed a lot over the years. Because when I got involved in this, especially as a young kid back in 1959 and into the 60s, when I knew about UFOs, I thought for sure that, like many people, they were probably spacecraft from another planet. But as the years have gone by more and more, I think that's less likely. I think that it's very possible we're dealing with more than one origin to the unknown category of the UFO phenomena. So maybe a small percentage might be extraterrestrial. But I think more and more, certain types of UFOs, Bigfoot, some of the various cryptids are being reported, these small spheres of light, other phenomena, it's somehow all interconnected somehow. We don't understand it. There's a physical and a non-physical component to it. For a lack of a better term, I think we're doing something that's interdimensional, which is why we come up with no bodies with Bigfoot. You know, Bigfoot has been seen, or some variation of Bigfoot has been seen, not only in the United States, but all over the world for years and years and years, and yet nobody's ever come up with a body. That doesn't mean that, could there possibly be some type of unknown primates still out there? Yes, but there's also this other category, and again, how do you differentiate? We don't have enough data between a Bigfoot that looks physically solid one moment and then disappears in the next moment, or the tracks physically change. So here again, you've got this phenomena. You know, over the years, we have 3-toe tracks, we have 4-toe tracks, we have 5-toe tracks, and then you have this menagerie of all kind of other tracks that we've found over the years. In some cases, we're out there within minutes, hours after people find them. There was no indication in those cases that the tracks were fabricated. Have we had hoaxes over the years? Yes. You could tell them very easily in most cases. But these other cases were very, very strange tracks. They're credible witnesses. They had no reason to make up the story. 90% of them, 95% wanted no publicity, which still is the way it is today. And how can you have so many type of unknown creatures? It can't be. So there's got to be something that's common to all this phenomena. As weird as it sounds, you've got these spheres of light that some people swear have changed into a cryptid. You have cryptids that supposedly have changed into other cryptids from reports from around the country and around the world. You've got these lights that are associated with Bigfoot sightings. You had the Bigfoot carrying the sphere of light in his hand north of Pittsburgh years ago. I've had cases more recent years, a Bigfoot sighting, and seconds later, in the same exact location where the Bigfoot entered the woods, this small sphere of light appears. And at some point, during those few seconds that's being watched, a long beam of light comes out of it, then it vanishes and disappears. There's something else going on here. It's something that I believe is far beyond our present understanding, far beyond anything that I think science understands right now. I think we're dealing with something that's very strange and unusual, and I know one thing, we won't figure it out in my lifetime.
As with any field, those who have gone before inspire a new generation to follow in their proverbial footsteps. Their example drives others to take on the search with a new fervor that others may have lost.
And one of the more profound stories I remember from being a child, my dad took me down here when we were younger. It was hot, there was no water that day. The Conemaugh was very low, and we saw what looked like a barefooted man who had walked in the riverbed itself. They were huge prints down in the river, which is a good 20 feet below us.
The passing of the torch, the passing on of stories to fresh ears eager to hear, is one of the many things that make us human. Stories passed from generation to generation, given enough time, become folklore. They become part of the culture. So even if a story is not historically true, they can still be true in a different way.
So one of the biggest pieces of folklore, and why we always are talking about hearing a woman's voice, is one of the legends down here, and it's a quite old legend as well too. At one point this place used to be called Satan's Seat. It's a colloquialism for this area. And the legend happens is that back in 1789, there was a witch that lived down here, okay? That's the story that they're telling. And she was a hedge witch, you know, she lived outside of the community. And at that particular time, it was necessary. The nearest doctor from here was probably 2 or 3 days away. So if you had a baby that needed to be born or somebody needed patched up, you would have to go to somebody that would have some sort of medicinal knowledge about the area. And so the idea of a witch being around here is not beyond the realm of possibility. But as the legend goes, children being born, stillborn, animals started to die, crops were being dried up, and so it had to be a witch, right? I mean, that was the general say. So as a historian, you look and say, is this possible? 1789, is it possible that there could be a witch down here? Absolutely. So in 1727, the last witch was born in Scotland. So, burned in Scotland, right? So if there were people down, this is a Scotch-Irish location, right? This is where the immigrants came from. So if something's not going well, either somebody possibly could have seen it themselves, or at least they heard it from their parents and grandparents, that this is the way we deal with an outsider. So if desperate times called for desperate measures, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that they took this woman and kind of burned her in a last-ditch effort that their community could be saved. Now, as the story goes, as the flames leaped upon her, she called out that within 100 years' time, I will send enough water in here to quench these flames. And sure enough, 100 years later to the day was the Johnstown flood that destroyed most of this area. So that is the folklore to the area. But again, it is folklore. You have to take it, as it comes. But it's odd that we hear these kind of womanly voices down, these female voices down here, and it alludes back to possibly something else is going on here rather than just flesh and blood matters.
And I think that's the other thing about the Appalachian region when we talk about like EMFs, and this area has so much history and folklores that have been passed down by generation to generation. So it could also just be our energy being released back into nature that causes these events to happen.
Yeah, if you want to go metaphysical that way. I mean, a lot of people do think that as well too, that, because all these stories have been told and retold so many times, that it becomes a life of its own.
Energy, intention, belief. Different words for what often is conversationally referring to the same thing, an unseen aspect of ourselves that bears meaning. It's what allows us to cry during movies or laugh at Tom and Jerry. Folklore, while not true in the same way that our day-to-day lives are, is true because it bears meaning. Storytelling has come a long way from sharing stories around a campfire, but the very art of it has become ingrained in us in a way that is often hard to articulate. Every bit of information we receive helps us to craft a narrative about ourselves and the world around us, and anyone withholding information, no matter how big or small, is enough to garner our distrust. The further we slip into the age of information, the easier it is to hide secrets behind walls of doublespeak and deliberate misinformation, the threads of which are often so hard to untangle it can drive one mad, trying to find an objective truth. But still, some try, even at the risk of being silent. The Chestnut Ridge is home to almost everything that goes bump in the night. It may be a place of pleasant hikes and welcoming meadows during the day, but when the sun goes down, the phantoms and beasts start to creep out from their caves and hiding places. They venture out under the cover of darkness, going about their business and terrifying those who are unlucky enough to come across them. But the Chestnut Ridge is also home to those who look for the phantoms of the night, the people who want to shine light on a subject so shrouded in mystery.
My name is Ron Murphy, and my connection with the paranormal goes back since I've been a child. My mother was a huge fan of everything that goes bump in the night, and I kind of, rubbed off on me. I remember, listening to Stan Gordon on the radio back whenever I was a kid, and he would talk about strange sightings in the Chestnut Ridge area. And the next day, my mom and I, we would go out in her broken down vehicle with 4 bald tires and no spare, and we would go investigate the areas where Stan Gordon said there were sightings of Bigfoot.
Yes, my name is Brian Seach. I'm the co-founder of the Center for Cryptozoological Studies and the Center for Unexplained Events, along with my wife Terry. We've been researching the unknown and unexplained since 1986. We're interested in all sorts of paranormal phenomena, UFOs, Bigfoot, and we enjoy what we're doing.
Okay, my name's Tom Mihawk. I've investigated the paranormal since 2004. The last several years, I've really switched over from hauntings and things like that to cryptozoology. fortunate enough to meet Eric Altman, Stan Gordon, got in with a really good crew, joined the Pennsylvania Bigfoot Society, which I'm a field researcher for. So I've been going out with that group the last few years and learning this part of the paranormal.
My name is Eric Altman, born and raised in this area, and I've been investigating the Chestnut Ridge probably for close to 26 years now. Studying the phenomenon for maybe 40 years, but looking into and actually investigating cases and claims for probably 26 years.
Every researcher at one point in their life decided that pursuing the mysteries of the world was how they wanted to pass their time.
What's interesting is I grew up in Blairsville, which is right at the foot of the Chestnut Ridge, and there's really not much to do there. Basically a very Norman Rockwell-esque type of place. Not a lot of stuff goes on. Everybody knows everybody else. But in the winter of 1977, which was a devastating winter, things started to begin to happen around my town. News crews started to show up from Pittsburgh because Bigfoot was being sighted. It was just a great time to be a kid. And that has stayed with me ever since. So then I went to college and I got my BA in literature, and I started to recognize that there was these creatures that, you know, they would call wild men, evident in almost every culture around the world. Since that time, I was trying to bring the academic approach to the way I look at myths and legends.
Well, growing up, I was and I still am a big sci-fi geek, monster geek. We grew up with Chiller Theater. I don't know if you guys remember that. So I was always into monsters, UFOs, everything. I was always into all of the creepy stuff. And my wife and I started our groups in 1986 because we found out that we both had an interest in the paranormal. Q, an acronym, was Center for Unexplained Events. We wanted to make that a clearinghouse for all unexplained phenomena, whether it be ghosts, UFOs, time slips, or whatever's in the unexplained realm. So we wanted to take that also to other states, which really, right now we live in Weirton. We moved to Weirton from Pennsylvania, and I didn't want to name it West Virginia Q, or I just wanted to keep it Q. But we have always been interested, and we found out that the Chestnut Ridge here up in Westmoreland has all kind of strange things, whether it be UFO, ghosts, Thunderbirds. And we joined the PA Bigfoot Society, and we started to research the area up here with them.
For some, it is as simple as fulfilling their childhood dreams, while others are drawn to something they personally witnessed.
My name is Mary Fabian, and I am from the Laurel Highlands area, from a little town called Vanderbilt. I was born in Connellsville, and we used to go camping up here in the Farmington area near Fort Necessity. Whenever we would camp at Fort Necessity, the campground is long gone. And every morning I would get out of the trailer and I would run and hike the trails all by myself. You know, I was just a little, maybe 11 years old, something like that. And I wouldn't come home or come back to the campground until supper time, whenever I would get hungry later or it was getting dark. As I was hiking through all the trails, I would find what we know of as structures, tree structures. And even at that age, even before anyone knew anything about structures, I could see they were unusual. They caught my eye. And I could tell, well, these are different. And I would hike near there, and I would have rocks thrown at me, acorns and rocks, just little pebbles, nothing big and nothing major. I never heard anything, I never seen anything. But I could, of course, tell, okay, you're not wanted here. If something's throwing rocks at you. I saw one in Allegheny County. I lived on a farm, and I was hiking back behind my farm, and saw one coming out of the woods, and he crossed my path. I was a kid then also. I was right around the same age, maybe 11 or 12. And he just crossed the path, stopped and looked at me, and continued on. Nothing threatening, just a benign look. Again, this was before even the Patterson-Gimlin film, so we had no idea what I had seen. All I saw, was a big man who had a Neanderthal-type face, wearing a heavy fur coat in the middle of summer.
Whatever the reason that pushes someone to become a researcher, the result is the same. A lifetime of unexplained experiences with only bits and pieces of the puzzle assembling from each encounter. But they also serve a functional purpose.
A lot of these witnesses that we talk to, they want answers. So we're almost like detectives, if you will, trying to get to the bottom of what happened, why it happened to them, because they want to know what they saw, why they saw it, why did it happen to them. So we're not only trying to find out for ourselves, but we're trying to provide like a peace of mind for them, so they have a better understanding, and so they're not spooked to go out of their house the next day. And once we establish that there's something truly happened, if we find evidence or not, we document that report, we put it in a database so we can refer to it later on. Or if we start to see a flat buildup, we can go back and continue to research that area. And we talk with those other researchers, we share that information with them. They can come in and investigate too, so we can compare notes and see if they find anything we might have missed. Some eyewitnesses are willing to talk with just one investigator and that's it, while others are open, saying, you know what, I have nothing to hide. We'll talk to whoever. And there's a family I mentioned briefly about in Point Marion that has a farm that's opened up their farm to investigators to come in and investigate. It's a really fascinating place, but some are just shy and just, this is what I saw, and they're done. And they never want to talk about it again. Some people just get the courage and the nerve to finally come forward, or they see a newspaper article or they see a TV show and they feel comfortable enough to share their story that happened to them when they were a kid, or happened 10 years ago. They finally feel comfortable enough, and they see that there are reputable groups such as mine that take their reports seriously. We don't ridicule them, we don't make fun of them, we don't give them false hope. We just tell them, hey, this is what we're looking into, this is what we found, this is what we think might have happened, and let them, kind of absorb that knowledge, and hopefully that provides some peace of mind and some comfort for them. Some people just never tell their encounters. I'm willing to bet there are more people that have reported stuff happen to them that haven't come forward than have. I really am.
The fear of ridicule, for many, is very real. While a subset of the public is slowly growing to accept stories of the bizarre, public reception has not much changed over the course of human history. Monsters don't exist. There are no apes in the woods of North America. Extraterrestrial visitors are nothing more than colorful characters in Flash Gordon comics. Those who claim to have seen any of the above are loony. Simple as that, deserving neither respect nor recognition. Some who have experiences with the unknown are those very people who claim such things. These hardcore skeptics find themselves in a bind once they become the object of their derision. Their world flips upside down as they, once normal and average people, are now the so-called loonies who see hidden apes in the woods, and it is people like these to whom researchers offer a space to discuss these life-altering events.
It's up in the mountains. It's off of Skyline Drive, which is the same road as Laurel Caverns. I was actually at a windmill farm that was being built. That's where it transpired, which is considered Farmington, PA.
Did you work there, or why were you there?
I actually had a warrant. I used to be a Pennsylvania State Constable, had a warrant in that area. Never did catch the guy, but one day I was leaving the area and a worker came out in the middle of the road, flagged me down. He thought I was police, and they caught a guy in the back stealing copper off of a spool of copper. So that's how I got the job there. I started in June of 2011. The very first night I was there, I had a rock thrown at my car. It landed, I was sitting in a parking lot and it landed on the roof of my car. There is one home in the area, which is
probably about 500 yards down the road, and it's just absolute quiet. You can hear a pin drop. And I got out of my vehicle, and I was a little bit irate. You know, a big rock hitting the roof of my car, but it was just dead silence. Just dead silence. And it just like made the hair, what hair I have, stand up on the back of my neck. And after that, we're reoccurring, like wood knocks down over the hill towards Quebec Run, behind me, which goes down to 857. I heard a branch break to my left one night, and it was probably 50 yards away, and I shined my light over, and just red piercing eyes. You know, it blinked at me once, and then that was the end of that. Just numerous, you know, screams, whoops. This just went on for months. I had no idea what it was. You know, I expect to see people up there trying to steal something, but, you know, to no avail. I didn't see any people. So, but I mean, this did go on for months.
Did you see anything?
No, I didn't see anything until September 8th of 2011. That's when I saw, about 25 yards away from me, there's a telephone pole with a halogen street light and then an 8-foot piece of plywood with all the electrical meters for the office trailers, which are like 22 feet away from the pole, and there's 6 of them. And I was sitting there in my car, and I'm looking at my phone, and I look up and I see in the corner of the bottom of the pole a black round object. So I looked at it, and it didn't move, so I just disregarded it for like an animal. And then I looked back up, and underneath the light was a big black blob, like hunched over. And I'm looking at it, and I said, what the hell is that? And then it stood up. And when it stood up, it stood up. There's a peg on the pole, which is about 8 feet off the ground for like the utility workers to climb up. And its head was probably about a foot above that. Jet black in color, I saw everything. I saw its face, chest, from the light above. And it looked at me, it turned to the left, took a step, and looked back at me, and then took 4 steps. And it was behind the first office trailer. It was just jet black in color, reminded me of my dog's coat, fur, like a Labrador. Cone-shaped head, arms, hands, down below its knees, and just immense. I mean, immense. And it was probably about as wide as 2 linebackers off of any NFL football team. It was just huge. And when it turned sideways, its thighs, I mean, its thighs were like this wide, just huge. I wasn't in fear for my life sitting in my vehicle, but it was just, I was in awe. And like I said, it just turned, took 4 steps, and it was behind the first office trailer, in which I got out of my vehicle and I ran over there, and I had my weapon out and I had my flashlight, and I yelled at it, and it just walked away. And all I could see, and I had an LED light, all I could see was a silhouette of it, because it blended into the nighttime so well. All I could see was just a silhouette, and it just walked off. And I felt really stupid afterwards, because it could have turned around and probably killed me, but it chose not to. So, but I had a chance to shoot, but it didn't pose a threat to me, so I didn't shoot it. The Pennsylvania Bigfoot Society came up, and that's when they came up that same night, that same morning. I contacted them and did an outing at night. And they determined when they came back, there was 3 people in each group, and there was 4 groups, and they determined there was 3 of them there due to call blasting and all that. So, but they determined there was 3 Bigfoots there, probably a family. And Eric Altman, he advised me, he said, the mail showed itself to you for you to leave, and you didn't leave. So they should leave you alone. And they were up there for 2 night investigations, and I went back up the 3rd night, just total peace. They never bothered me again. That's the truth. And I know what I saw. And I'm here to tell you, they're real. They're not fake.
In a place such as the Chestnut Ridge, from which strange phenomena seemingly emanate in abnormal amounts, sightings like this are not isolated incidents. Instead, sightings of strange phenomena seem to be the underreported norm.
I've had multiple friends at work, talk about different situations. It seems like, anybody that spends any time in the woods around here has an experience, at least one, that they talk about. People that you never would have thought, and you mentioned that now that I do the investigating and they know that I do that, some people come forward and be like, oh yeah, I have something that happened to me that I never told anybody about. I had a friend who was out parking with a girl and had two red eyes that he caught staring at him from in the trees that just disappeared, It's all on Chestnut Ridge, just different parts of it.
One of the phenomena that the ridge is known for is hauntings. I mean, there's so many places along the ridge, there's too many to count. On several occasions, at different spots, myself, Eric Altman, other people, we've experienced whispering and mumbling within the trees, or right to the side of the brush. Nobody was there. We couldn't make out what was being said, but it was just a faint mumbling. We would pick it up with a parabolic microphone as clear as day. Looked around, there's nobody there. Used the thermal imaging, nobody there.
On two different occasions on my investigation, I've encountered what I called the voices. There was an encounter that I had down at a place called Livermore, wherever a fellow investigator was investigating a werewolf sighting, a dogman sighting. And as we were being followed by something in the woods, I heard my name very distinctly being called off to the left. It just said Ron. But what was so unusual about that is that the sound of my name being called actually led us back to the path that we needed. That was the first time I ever encountered such an incident whenever my name was being called by something disembodied. The other times that I've heard these whispers, if you will, involved some sort of light anomaly occurring before or during this.
People will sometimes report seeing orbs, and I know that there are also UFO reports. Other people take those reports. I deal with Bigfoot. I leave the UFO and other phenomenon to other researchers.
Probably the strangest thing would be seeing these lights in the trees. There's a lot of theories on what they are. Some people think they're ghosts or spirits. Some people think they're part of the Fae and, they're fairy lights. I think that's really been the strangest thing for me, because we just can't explain it. I mean, I don't even know where to begin to explain it. It just, the places that I've seen these lights, not in the Betty Knox area, but the other two, those locations aren't associated with a haunting per se. So I wouldn't think they'd be explainable as ghosts. Could they be fairies? I guess it could be some sort of elemental spirit or entity. They're just so mysterious, and they come in different shapes, sizes. I've heard different researchers talk about real big ones. Some are dark red, some are more white in color. It just seems that there's so many variations, you really can't categorize them.
So I've had some really cool experiences here. The one that comes to my mind first is while I was out at Gray Station, which is a very active area of the ridge. I was out with Billy Willard, a former researcher, Phil Bracco, another researcher, and a friend of mine who was new to this field. And we had walked down the train tracks probably about 2 miles, and there was a soybean field off to our right and a wooded area off to the left. And we set up, Billy and Phil were off to looking at the woods, and my friend and I were out looking at the soybean field. Soybean field was cool because the fog starts rolling in, you have the state mental hospital behind, just like a scene out of a horror movie. And then I hear Billy yell, "Hey, I have some eye shine down here." So I go up, walk down, and sure enough, you look over, you can see the eye shine coming out of the trees, just big orange massive looking eyes that were blinking on and off at a, rhythmic state. Nothing that you could tell was static standing there, wasn't reflectors or anything like that. It started to rain pretty heavy, and as we're packing up, a rock gets thrown at us. Well, that's kind of an impetus for us to start moving a little faster, and as we're walking down, a softball-sized rock gets hurled between myself and Billy, missed my face about this much. If it had hit me, it probably would have broke my nose, or it was pretty intense. That was one instance. I recorded an interesting exchange of vocalizations between myself and something in Keystone State Forest. It was just at not too far away from a general parking area. We had gone into the woods, hiked in about maybe a mile, and we started hearing this, what literally sounded like a cow in the woods, right? So I mimic it back, and not too much longer it mimics back to me.
Why are we just now hearing it?
Yeah, I didn't hear that.
You hear that? No. That's 3 times I've heard that. That cow?
So we start moving our way back to the source of the sound, and this exchange is just going back and forth. And on the recording, my friend Chuck, you could hear him say,
He likes you.
like whatever it is, like we're getting a response. Brought it to Stan Gordon. I asked Stan, how far is the, closest farm or something around there? Is it practical for a cow to get lost in the woods or another type of animal? And Stan goes, I don't know, I've never heard that before. So that was pretty interesting.
But every experience comes with a disclaimer. Not every forest sound is attributable to Sasquatch. Sometimes the woods have plenty of strange noises, especially those unaccustomed to the sounds of nature.
And again, most people are going to tell you, you hear something in the woods, doesn't mean it's Bigfoot. You hear something drop from the tree, it's not really Bigfoot. Or slight chance, okay, some of your tree bends, some of your, crosses, X's, whatever you do. Yes, they may be related to Bigfoot, but I think a lot of people just automatically say, hey, I walked in the woods, I saw an X, Bigfoot made that. The one thing we did learn from the PA Bigfoot Society, which we take to heart, is not everything is Bigfoot. You can't say it's Bigfoot. If you didn't see Bigfoot actually make that arch or make that X or make that twist, you can't really say it's Bigfoot. You really can't. And all of the sightings we've taken, we've had one report in Mercer County where the gentleman actually saw a Bigfoot. He was shaking the tree, shaking it, and the guy got scared and he left. This was right outside of Grove City, and probably in 2005 or 2006. And he didn't say he bent it, broke it, he just shook it. And I heard of a secondhand report down in Salt Fork State Park, which you're familiar with, that a creature was shaking this tree so violently, it was a very tall tree, you could see the top of the tree sway back and forth. So again, does Bigfoot do these? He may. But we never really even post many pictures of some of those finds because I can't say it's Bigfoot. I want to be honest with people. It takes a lot for us to post something that we think may be Bigfoot. I'd rather not have anything than having things that I think are kind of suspicious because it's not worth it.
However, that doesn't mean you can't deduce aspects of Sasquatch behavior based upon legitimate sightings.
There's always a creek or a pond or something nearby. That's why I check Google Maps first to see, okay, what other features are in the area. Occasionally there's a power line cut or a gas line cut. They'll mostly hang around the one area year-round. They really won't go beyond a 50-mile circumference because they won't endanger their breeding females or the babies by traveling too far. they'll pretty much stay within a 50-mile circumference. They'll feed out an area in a couple days, and they'll go and feed out that area. And they'll just circle around within this area. And it'll take about 2 to 3 weeks for them to make the circle and return back again.
And yet, there are still the strange and truly odd cases of Sasquatch observed amongst other phenomena.
There's reports where you'll have something more supernatural happen. There have been historical sightings on the ridge where they're seen at the same time with UFOs and things like that. You know, and then there's some where it seems to be just more of a physical incident, or what a lot of people would consider a flesh and blood creature, to where you're just finding footprints, or you're finding, you know, maybe a hair sample on the brush or something to that effect. And that's one of the things that really makes the Chestnut Ridge unique, because you don't just have one specific phenomena, you have really just a wide variety of things happening. Everything from Bigfoot, hauntings, UFOs, other cryptids, you know, like thunderbirds. We've had people report seeing mountain lions on the ridge when they're not supposed to be in Pennsylvania. We've even had, in years past, at least one dogman report that I'm aware of. So it's really been all over the map.
What I tell everyone, though, is whenever it comes to Bigfoot, they will put out infrasound. That has been proven scientifically. A friend of mine is a NASA scientist who discovered the correlation between Bigfoot and infrasound. Infrasound has many physical things that it will do to your body physically. It'll give you amnesia, migraines, upset stomach, diarrhea, hallucinations. There's things that if it can be scientifically explained, I will go to that first before I go to the paranormal, such as portals or something else.
What about characteristics of tracks that are found?
3-toed, 4-toed. We have a very good 4-toed one from Paul Johnson that they took in 1974 in Allegheny County. 2 kids were looking out in their yard and they had a lighted Christmas tree. So this Bigfoot came and he was looking at the Christmas tree, because Bigfoot likes Christmas like me and you, right? I love Christmas. So these kids see this creature and it looks at them and walks off into the woods. Well, they called Dr. Paul Johnson, the Center for UFO Research, and one of the members came out late that night into early morning and casted these large 4-toed prints, which we still have, one of the originals that Paul gave us. There's been 3-toed ones taken by Stan in Greensburg. We have a 5-toed one taken by Bob France, and most of them do appear to be 5-toed. And Paul Johnson always said how he always determined real ones is the width was half the length. So if there was a 14-inch print, the width at the highest part would be 7 inches. So he always goes by that.
And then you got the cases of footprints, where you've got the trails of tracks that suddenly abruptly end when there should have been more tracks, even in the snow, which is very, very interesting.
We had a report come in 2003 where a hunter had claimed to have seen one moving through the woods. I didn't investigate that. I didn't know much detail about it. But following that, there was heavy snowfall up on top of the mountain. So 4 of us got in this guy's old Cherokee Chief. It was a beast. We took off and made it to the top of the mountain. No sign of any other activity, no tire treads, nobody's footprints, nothing. We were the only ones in this heavy snow. It was an 8-inch snowfall on the road, and when we got out, we were up to almost our knees in 15 inches of snow. We got out on the top peak of this mountain, which is the highest point in southwestern Pennsylvania, 2,610 feet. And we spread out looking, hoping to find any tracks or anything. We found what we think was mountain lion. We found a series of tracks as big as the palm of my hand, and they had a 3.5-foot stride. And what was so good about it was, as we're following this off of the top of the mountain down to this logging road, it had a distinctive drag mark that looked like that tail that I saw in 2005. So we followed this, what looked like a mountain lion tracks, down to this old abandoned logging road. When we get down to the logging road, mysteriously the mountain lion tracks disappeared. And we're spreading out again, trying to pick them up, thinking it might have jumped in a tree or jumped off the trail. As we're doing that, we find the best Bigfoot, and I'll say they're Bigfoot, or they were a human up there with 17-inch footprints. Well, what's kind of bizarre is the logging road was, 12, 15 inches of snow. Whatever this was parallel with the road as we followed the trackway. The ice and snow had been there for several days or weeks, and it had become compact, compressed. We walked over into the side, and we only went down a couple inches, and we're all grown men. Two of the guys were pretty heavy guys, and they weren't doing any damage to the snow or ice. Whatever this was compressed the snow down to within 1 inch or 2 inches of the ground. It was easily impressions that were clean toe marks and clean footprints in snow 15 inches, and it was the weight of it. And then we noticed that the stride was 4.5 feet, clean, no drag marks. It was picking its feet up and putting them 4.5 feet, and almost what now has become known, and where they were this way. They weren't side by side like humans walk. This was a straight trail. We followed that trackway almost 1/8 of a mile, several hundred yards. It was as clean all the way from the time we found the first track to where they finally just disappeared. They stopped. We come to an opening that was easily 30 feet clearance. No trees, nothing. And they were in that, and they just that thing just vaporized, just vanished. Well, we made jokes. One of the guys said, well, maybe the aliens, the UFOs came and picked it up and took it up with them. I said, well, not much else makes any sense. Where'd this thing go that we've been following? And the tracks are here. And I said, it couldn't have stepped backwards and went all the way back to where we started and not leave some kind of other indication. I tried to replicate it because I'm 6'2" again. I was the tallest guy in the group, and I could barely get a 2-foot stride, and that was me stretching as hard as I could. And I was knocking the snow down. I was dragging my toe trying to get it out of I put my foot down in its impression, and I picked my foot up and tried to move it, and I couldn't do it. Since that time, Dr. Meldrum and the military has released a spray that you can actually make cast in the snow. Back then, we didn't have anything like that. That would have been the best castings that we probably could have ever found. They were the cleanest tracks I've ever seen.
With its ever-shifting forms and ever-evolving mysteries, what solid ground is there on which to stand for researchers of the Ridge? What tools and practices can one rely on when the tracks just simply disappear?
Our group, CCS, we look to get sighting reports always. Any group out there looks to get sighting reports, and they're hard to get.
Through emails, through phone calls, word of mouth, other researchers contacting me. So there's a variety of different ways we get the report. And then if the eyewitness is willing to talk with us, it's either done by a phone call to make arrangements to meet with them, or an email, or some kind of first communications made. Then we meet with the eyewitness and in hopes that they'll take us to the location and walk us through what they saw so we can see the area and get a better understanding of what they experienced. Some witnesses do it, some witnesses don't, but we've had pretty good success with them meeting us at the location and walking us through it. From there, we have someone take notes, what they're telling us in person, and we look for emotion, body language, retelling of the story from the first time they told it. So we're looking for a lot of different factors. We're also looking for environmental situations that might have caused something for that animal to be seen there at that time, or that sighting to occur. Topography, population, whether it's rural or populated, just a lot of things that might attribute to what caused the sighting or what led to that sighting. And then we begin to look at historical data to see if there's been other sightings there, other encounters, how close is the most recent sighting. And once we gather up all this information, we can put together a pretty good idea of what happened, why it happened, and try to get some answers from that.
We'll go out, depending on how many people we have with us on a given night, we may break up into 2 or 3 groups, have walkie-talkies, the animal call recorders and things like that, infrared, thermal imaging, and we'll space out a good bit And we'll start off by just listening at first, trying to get an idea of if anything's just moving around, if it's an active night. Eventually we'll go into some tree knocking or some calls, things like that. We'll use the call sounds, the distressed animal sounds a lot to try to elicit some type of response. A lot of times it seems to work, but a lot of times it's animals that we can identify. There have been a few occasions where we get that high-pitched howl or some type of growl, something that we just can't identify. It's a little more rare, but it happens occasionally.
Many people researching the Chestnut Ridge have been looking for answers for decades. While their hypotheses about the phenomena may be more thought out than others, the truth of it has not yet been obtained. Only crumbs of truth from every sighting add to the collective whole, a whole that is still woefully incomplete. Many of us can only take an unanswered question for so long, but when you have a problem whose solution cannot be Googled, how does one find the inspiration to keep going?
We haven't solved the mystery yet. That's what keeps me going. There's something out here that people are seeing. Something I've seen, and it's not recordable, right? There's no zoologist that's going to come out and tell you that, Bigfoot is real. There's no fossil record of it unless you count Gigantopithecus, right? And that's its own story in itself. There's so much that we don't know. And even those fantastical paranormal elements, they're still intriguing enough to kind of hook you. If there's a Bigfoot, that's where I'm going to be. If those other things happen, that's great. Somebody else can deal with that. I want to deal with the Bigfoot. That's why I keep coming back. I'm going to eventually be part of that group that says, hey, it was all worth it. I've spent over 25 years reading and researching and going out and spending a lot of time. I'd like to have something to show for it and not look like a fool when the topic gets brought up.
Keeps you going, man? Is that the ultimate?
Oh, definitely. My ultimate goal. I want to see it. I've got to prove to that little kid in the 70s who sat there and watched all of these documentaries on TV. I want to prove to him, prove to myself, that kind of like I haven't wasted my time on chasing something that's not there. And I've talked to the eyewitnesses. I believe it's out there. I've talked to them. You look into their eyes, you look at the reaction, the goosebumps on their arm. They've seen something. You cannot convince me they're not seeing something. I don't know what the phenomena is. Somehow it's either out there or it's being seen. I mean, there's no doubt to me. Whether they exist like you want to say a bear exists, I don't know, but I know they're being seen. The phenomena is real, or else we wouldn't have spent all of our time, money, and effort over the 30-some years researching it. Whether we're talking to somebody on the phone, out in the woods, or researching through a magazine. Wouldn't have done it if I didn't think there was some truth to it. I can tell you that.
For me, and I've never seen one in person, but I've had enough anecdotal things happen to me, whether a stone being thrown or a stick being thrown or hearing a wood knock or hearing some sort of unexplained vocalization or coming across a track, to know that there is something out there. And what that something is, that's why we make movies and investigate this stuff, right? But it affects you. If you keep an open mind, what it does is it puts us in our place as human beings. We're filled with hubris. We think that we know everything that there is to know out there. But when we encounter Bigfoot and we encounter the supernatural, that shows us that we don't know everything, that beyond our electric lights and our knowledge, somewhere in the shadows, there is something prowling around. There are still those things that go bump in the night that give us pause. And that, as a researcher, that's why I continue at it. That is how it's affected me. It allows me to see the world as far more wondrous and kind of magical than a normal person, I think. But what keeps me going is an encounter that I had whenever I was in graduate school. My brother and I, we moved into a place that was very close to the woods, and we noticed that in the summertime, we would hear some sort of whistling. So we would hear whoop, whoop, like that, okay? Not quite a whistle, but some sort of vocalization going on. It only happened in the summer, It only happened on days whenever it wasn't raining, and it always happened between 12 and 3 o'clock in the morning. Always. I mean, you could set your clock to it. So this happened for 1 year, and I thought, you know, strange, whatever. The next summer it begins again. So this time I said to my brother, I said, if this happens again, let's go investigate it. I'm in my 20s, he's in his 20s, you know, we're fit individuals. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. So one morning, about 2:30 in the morning, the whistling starts again, the whoop, whoop. So we thought, this is it, we're going to go investigate. So I grab a sword. Any good story like this should have a sword involved. And he grabbed a baseball bat, and we decided to go out and find out what was going on. This was the first time I was ever outside and I heard the whooping going on. And it wasn't only auditory, but you could feel it in your chest as well too. Whatever was making the sound, it was as if there was a vibrational frequency to it. That was off-putting, but again, two guys in their 20s with weapons, we can do this, right? So we go out to our backyard to where a grove of trees starts the big forest behind us. And we knew that whatever was in there was the creature that was making this whistling sound. So we enter into this little grove and the whooping continues, but something is also growling at us at the exact same time. And not only was it snarling and growling, it was taking in air. You could hear it taking in air to the point that it sounded like it was very wet as well. And as any two 20-year-olds carrying a baseball bat and a sword would do, we ran like hell back to our house. And that was the last we heard of it. This confrontation was the last time my brother and I ever heard. But I mean, there was something going on. So I decided to ask neighbors. I said, look, did you ever hear anything like this? And this lady said, no, I never did. But I will tell you, one morning we saw this very large gentleman going through our garbage. So I thought, look, there's more to this than that's going on. So I hopped on the internet. Back in the day, we're talking about, this is like 1996. You type in Bigfoot in Pennsylvania, and one site came up, and that was the PA Bigfoot Society. So I hurried up and called him. I said, hey, I heard something I can't explain. I'm an intelligent person, I'm educated, I'm not crazy, but I heard this strange whistling, this is what happened. And that's how I met Eric Altman. His investigation was his first investigation that he ever did into what was going on with us. And ever since that time, I've been hooked with what's going on there. Like I said, I've had enough anecdotal things happening to me to suggest that there's something above and beyond our knowledge going on, right? And although I investigate all the time, and although I interview people all the time, we're always going to be left with a question mark. I don't think that this is something that's ever going to be solved definitively. I think there's so much going on out there, so many gray areas. There's a lot of dots to be connected. And I think that when we look at the world around, we see the images in all cultures of the wild man and images of shapeshifters. And it's really part of who we are. It's part of our collective unconscious, really. And that's what keeps me going, to see that this is something that's cultural and that it really connects us as human beings as well.
Whatever magic or wonder there may be in the world, sometimes inspiring, sometimes terrifying, it surely seems to be hidden here in the Chestnut Ridge. Many have tried to solve its mysteries. None have succeeded, the truth eluding even the most dedicated of researchers. If there is a portal somewhere in the Laurel Highlands and Chestnut Ridge, we still have not found it. Or if there is some reason these entities are drawn here instead of other places, we do not know it. The Chestnut Ridge, permanent in its impermanence, sits high above those who would seek to understand it, but also is a beacon, drawing many to continue searching for answers, even when there seems that there aren't any. The missing pieces to this puzzle, whatever they may be, might not ever be found in our lifetime, but we'll keep searching. As long as people keep seeing what should not exist, and others keep inquiring about it, the quest for knowledge will continue until the truth is finally unearthed.